Today I'm not feeling my Stella, so I'm going to review the Pokemon and give them one stat only, the scritchability. How, on the rating 1 to 10, I would rate the ability to scratch them, how would it feel, and how much I would enjoy it. This is absolutely subjective, because I'm sick. I love these babas. And so let's go. Also, yes, my name is Moore, or Kevin. And if you hate my voice, I hate my voice as well. Don't worry. And today it's especially crunchy. So let's go. So number 1, Bulbasaur, or Fushikidane. I love this baby. I would definitely scratch between the ears, barely if it allows me. Of course, I would first ask for permission, because you don't want to scratch a baby without its consent. So, a solid 10 out of 10. Number 2, Ivysaur. Well, you can see by the determined face of this baby that you definitely need the permission of this pup. But solid chin screeches, 8 out of 10. Venusaur. I would really argue that you need its permission, but then maybe it's good to hand it scratches. I would also give it 8 out of 10. Charmander, what a good baby. It's so happy to be here. Good scratches, but be aware that the baby doesn't really control its powers yet, so don't wear anything plasticky. Just because of the possible combustion. 8 out of 10. I'm so sorry, baby. I would scratch you so much. Chameleon. Well, this baby controls its flame a bit more, but starting with mid-hour, I would start to really ask for permission for scratches, because sudden scratches to this powerful being lashes out at you. I mean, I'm a bit too timid to ask even cats for scratches, and now it's Lizardor with a flame war. So yeah, with permission, good scratches all over. Aside from the tail, which is open flame, if you don't want to scratch that. 9 out of 10. Charizard. A ferment. It's just friend-shaped. Look at the stance. Yes, you two need the permission, but definitely scratches for days. Two-handed scratches for days. He's such a good baby. 10 out of 10. Squirtle! Just look at this face. Look at this face. 10 out of 10. Doesn't it look like 10 out of 10 for you? Well, of course, there is a shell that limits the scratchability, but other than that, 10 out of 10. Definitely scratches. What total? Very serious baby, but also it has some fluffs, which, if I remember correctly, helps it to swim or to control its abilities. More fluff means more scratchability, but also you got to ask, because, I mean, yes, this is just polite. Still 10 out of 10. Blastoise, really imposing, but also look at his face. He's still a friend. I I would really ask for permission to screech, but I would still say 10 out of 10. Caterpie. Well, you don't really want to screech caterpillars too much, but would definitely let it crawl on my hands. Because why wouldn't you? It's a friend. It's just a little friend. I would say because you can't screech it per se. 4 out of 10. Metapod. You need to be really careful with cocoons. So I wouldn't really touch it, especially not screech it. Of course it can use harden, but at the same time you don't wanna mess with your mounts evolving. So 1 out of 10. Wouldn't recommend screeching for safety reasons. Butterfree. Well, yes, no, because you really don't want to touch the wings of butterflies in real world. So why would you touch wings of Pokemon butterflies? So I would say 5 out of 10, because like half of it is scratchable, half of it is not. Riddle. I think we'll go with 4 out of 10. Would really not screech it itself, and especially with the pointy bits. But would let it grow on me. If it poisons me, I deserved it. Kakuna. Yet again, don't mess with evolving Pokemon which are metamorphosizing, but also I kinda want to touch this little nectar. 2 out of 10. I would definitely touch this. I'm terrible, I know. Beedrill. Nope. And the wings are also nope. And also, you definitely wanna have its permission, because just look at the pointy bits. They can be turned on you. Especially if it's not your own baby. So like 4 out of 10. Peachy, look at this baby. Tiny burb. Such a burb. 10 out of 10. Would screech. And it feeds seeds. Or bugs. Such a baby. The same with Pidgeotto. Slightly cooler, so you'd want to have its permission before giving screeches or be its a good friend. But definitely screeches for days. 10 out of 10. Pidgeot. Such a good baby. Man, I just love them burbs. Yeah, definitely would screech. And how tall you are? Oh, definitely double-handed screeches. And screeches for days. And feeding it something. Probably. What would you feed it, aside from berries? Probably something else to enrich its diet. Anyways, 10 out of 10. Rattata. It's a friend. It's just a baby friend. I love rats and mice, so definitely would screech. Well, befriend and screech, of course. 10 out of 10. Raticate is an angry rat. Would definitely screech. But before that, I'd become its friend. Definitely. So also 10 out of 10. Just look at this fluffy belly. Just look at this little head and back. Good baby all around. Another burb. Look at it. Also very good. Also very friend-shaped. 10 out of 10 with Screech. Vero is a bit more fear-inducing, but still, it's a verb. Ask for permission, and Screech. And even double-handed Screech. Big baby. Good baby. 10 out of 10. Here comes Snack. Snacks are also very good. Just gotta make sure you know your snack. And then you can give screeches if you're friends. So, as it's depending on your friendship level and stuff, I would say 8 out of 10. Arbok. Oh, a cobra. Really beautiful, but also really dangerous. You don't wanna handle cobras in real life. So probably you don't wanna give it scratches unless you really, really know what you're doing. You are friends with your Arbok. And also you have some protective gear. So like 4 on 10. Although probably I would try to scratch it, and if it bites me and I die, this is my fate. This is my fate. Pikachu. Enough said. 10 out of 10. I mean, it's a squishable, smushable baby mouse. What would you do about it aside from screech? The same goes for Raichu. 10 out of 10. Such a baby. Especially probably a Alolan Raichu. It's just so squishable, smooshable, and huggable. I just kinda like it more than the regular boy. Sandshrew. Okay, so if you find a screechable spot on Sandshrew, I would definitely screech, but it's hard to imagine which part of it is screechable. So I would say 5 out of 10. Unfortunately. Sunslash. Well, I would say 10 out of 10. I want to hug it. I want to scratch it. I want to give it chin scratches. It's so beautiful. I want it to hug me back. Yes, I want to hold it like a baby. To hold it like a baby. That it is. Can I hold it? I definitely can hold it, yes. Needron. Female. I mean, it's a baby. What would you say about it? It's a baby, 10 out of 10. Automatically. Screechable and cute. Just look at these little ears. It can jump you, of course, but we're talking about the instance when you are friends and it wouldn't want to jump you. I mean, why would it? You're taking good care of it, right? Right? Then, Nidorina. Here we have still the baby, but more armor plates, I think. Because this bag definitely looks like this tougher skin, probably tougher skin on the head, but still we have the belly, we still have chin and neck, so I would definitely say it's scratchable. So I would definitely scratch it. 10 out of 10. Nidoqueen. You know what? I don't wanna disrespect the queen. I would hug her, not screech. So yeah, 1 out of 10. But huggable? 10. Solid 10. Nidoran male. Oh, look at this sulking baby. 10 out of 10. I just want to scratch it and carry it around. Nidorino. Also armored top, but probably it's just protecting softer bottom. So looks like we can scritch the chin and the belly. So 10 out of 10. I mean, I just love those babies. I just love them. Why wouldn't you? With Nidoking, he looks like he's ready to smash me, and not in a, well, yeah, I'm definitely glitching out, and not in a fun way. Though probably if you want to die, it is a fun way. So nope, 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 nope. You don't want to screech. And especially since, yeah, it's a king. You don't want to disrespect the king either. So let's go for 1 on 10. And huggability, I mean, it could be a really, really impressive hug pose, don't you see? So probably huggability 8 on 10. The fairy. Look at it. Look at how round it is. Look at how cute it is. It is probably so soft to touch. Beep beep. I love it. Solid 10 on 10. The same on Clefable. Just happy to be here. 10 on 10. Vulpix. It is where the fluff is at. And especially Alolan Vulpix. Like, yeah, I wanna cuddle an Alolan Vulpix and regular Vulpix, and at the same time. So yes, 10 out of 10. Maybe 1,000 out of 10, because I love foxes. And Foxmon, the thing is, you can actually carry with you. You can have him. Absolutely. Ninetales! Such a good baby. I love you. Just so good. Look at this neck. It's made for screeches. 10 on 10. Jigglypuff! 10 on 10. Just look at it. It's a fluff ball. You just know that it is made of fluff. Wigglytuff! Of course it is 10 on 10. What else would I give it? 10 on 10. Zubat! If it doesn't try to chomp your finger, I would say you can definitely give it some little finger scratches. Because you don't want your finger chomped, but also I would want to scratch the butt. 8 of 10 points deducted for chomping possibility. Golbat actually has eyes, but it also has bigger maw, so probably only the back, and I don't know if it allows it. So I'm sorry, baby, but 4 on 10. Oddish. It is a really odd thing to think about, because do you think an Oddish would be to the touch more like an animal or more like a plant? Because this is what their scritchability here depends on. Because first, I would definitely want to scritch an Oddish, but would an Oddish want me to scritch it? Because plants don't want to be scritched. Animals, sometimes they do. The ones that are tolerating human touch. So I think I would say, for me personally, it is 10 on 10, but I would be wary if it is really like an actual plant to the touch. because I don't want to ruin it with my fucking sharp claws. Gloom. I probably wouldn't like it through the novel over me, so I'll pass. 1 on 10. Wild Bloom. I don't know how you'd hold it so that you don't hurt its flower and screech at the same time. So while I figure out its logistics, 5 on 10. Paris. You wouldn't screech the body because it is just a vessel, and you don't really want to scratch shoes because it can just damage them. So 1 on 10. I wouldn't try it. The same for Parasect, even more so on Parasect because it's just shoe. Venonat. Of course I want to scratch this. Are you kidding me? It is a fluff ball. Of course I want to scratch every fluff ball I see. 10 out of 10. Animals. I'm gonna go with my usual wins I know go, but the rest could be scratched, so 5 on 10 because of that. Tiglet. It's just a mole baby, but also you don't know what's inside this burrow, so probably 5 on 10. Kind of suspicious screeches. The same goes for Duck Trio. Suspicious screeches, 5 on 10. Meows. It's a cat. It's a cat. All of its forms, 10 on 10. Meow. Passion. Also good baby, even though it is a duck in lowland form, and it's a mean cat, but I just love cats. What can you say? It's a cat, and it's pretty, and it's baby. All cats are baby. So 10 on 10 would screech. Psyduck. I love Psyduck. Why wouldn't you love it? I would definitely give it screeches and pass on the head and hope each kind of helps it with its eternal headache because I really feel for it. 10 on 10. I think the same goes for the Golduck, and I would even go more for the hugs with Golduck. Just, yeah, I would hold it like a baby. No, I wouldn't hold it like a baby. I would hold it like a friend in my hugs. Yes. Just good hugs with a good baby. Yes. 10 on 10, yes. Yes. Mankey. It is Angie Mankey, but I would try to scratch it. Let's be honest, it is a fluff ball with hands and legs and tail. But in the center is a fluff ball. 10 on 10. Primeape. It would probably punch a hole in my face and I would say thank you, but I would try to scratch it. Maybe it will even like it. Who knows? 10 on 10. Growlithe. How big is it? 0.7. Yeah, I think I could give it scratches. Probably. I'm afraid of dogs, so yes, it's definitely gonna be a tough choice. 5 on 10. Either I panic when it approaches me, either I not. Either I give it screeches or I don't. Arcanine. It is a very, very big doggo. I'm afraid of it already. 1 on 10. Bullywag. Bullywag. I would gently hold it in my hands, but I wouldn't scratch it because it could damage an amphibian's skin, and I wouldn't want it for such a baby. Just look at it. Just look at its stupid little eyes. I love it so much. Would hold it 10 on 10, but wouldn't recommend scratching it for amphibian reasons. 1 on 10. Scratching wise, with Bulbapedia is the thing. I wouldn't recommend scratching it because it could damage it. So 1 on 10. And for Bulbapedia, it is the same. Oh, bruh. Just look at this baby. Just look at this baby. We definitely get scratches and headbutts because it's a good baby. Kadabra would probably ask it for hugs, but I don't even know if I would be bold enough to approach it, offering screeches to such a smart being. So probably 1 on 10 for screeches, but would definitely hug and probably have a conversation if I could. The same goes for Alakazam. I would probably want a hug from this being, but wouldn't try to give it screeches. 1 on 10 for screeches, and 10 on 10 for hugs. Mature! He's just a guy. I don't know. What would I do? It looks too much like a guy for me to want to give it screeches. 1 on 10. The same with Machoke. Although no, Machoke looks slightly less like a guy actually. So, chin screeches and head screeches? Yeah, probably. 8 on 10. Machamp? I don't know, I would probably prefer hugs. Just look at the amount of arms. The more arms, the more hugs, the better hugs. It is a scientific fact. It's proof is in science. Yes, absolutely. So 1 on 10 for screeches and 10 on 10 for hugs. Well, Sprout. I mean, I kinda want to hold it. Just hold it. In my hands. By the leaves. Like a little plant baby. Just, yeah. His stupid face is so adorable. But screeches, I don't even know where to start with screeches here. Probably 1 on 10 because plant. Weepinbell. 1 on 10 for screeches because plant. But would definitely try to slap the leaves and see what the sound is, and then feel ashamed for the rest of my days. Victory Bell. I wouldn't want to really disturb it, just for reasons. But maybe if it isn't too busy, like, digesting its food, I might scratch it. Just for the fucking fun of it. Somewhere like here. Or maybe even leaves. Who knows? 4 and 10. Tentacle. I wouldn't want to screech a jellyfish Pokemon. 1 and 10. And don't make me explain why it is a bad idea. I'm too sick for this shit. Tentacruel, the same thing. 1 and 10. Dear dude, I don't know, probably it wouldn't even fill my screeches, but it could be a good, like, you know, in field variant of a nail file, it would probably file your nails real fine. Well, not all of them, because it looks like it is a smoother rock, but the regular boy definitely would file your nails. But I wouldn't recommend it, probably like 2 and 10. The same goes for Graveler, 2 and 10, and Golem. Although no, Golem I would probably try to scratch the tree either way. So 8 and 10 for Golem. Bonita is a baby horse. You don't want to touch the flames on the regular one, but the Galarian is scratchable all over. So probably 10 and 10 for Galarian. And cautious 7 and 10 for regular. Rapidash. Well, at this point I would say it really can control its fire, so you can definitely scratch it even in the regular form. So 10 on 10 would scratch a unicorn every day. Slowpoke, yes, 10 on 10, though it would definitely take its quite sweet time processing that you even scratched it. Probably you will scratch it one day and it will realize it was scratched and smiles even wider 2 days after that. 10 on 10 though. Slowbro. It definitely is a good one. Yes. Just look at this boy. So happy to be here. And not a slow. Not a slow. We would definitely give scratches 10 on 10. Magnemite. I really don't wanna scratch metal. It's not the best experience for anyone involved. 1 on 10. And that's it, of course, for Magneton. Okay, far-fetched. Absolutely, yes. Give me a burb. I will give it 10 on 10. Wood screech. Doodle. Perfect screechable baby. Just bow and 2 hats. Bow for screeching, 2 hats for screeching, and 2 necks for giving pats too. So absolute unit of scritchability, 10 on 10. Double-handed screeching for days. The Drio, on the other hand, has 1 more hat. So it would be a problem because one hat will always be jealous of the other 2 that are getting screeches, unless you somehow grab all 3 at the same time and just roughhouse them into screeching. But for this reason alone, that not every hat will be happy. 7 on 10. I just feel kind of bad for it. Seal. It's a seal. It's a seal. 10 on 10. Just absolutely would squeak. The same goes for Dugong. Dugong is front-shaped all over again. Scritchability to the fullest. 10 on 10. Greyman, nope. Don't put your hands near it. It is toxic sludge. You don't want to scritch toxic sludge. 1 on 10. Maybe even 0 on 10. The same 0 for Muck. Because toxic sludge. Nope, nope, nope. Shoulder. No. Shell isn't a scritchable place. Mollusk inside is too delicate to give scritches to, so 1 on 10, wouldn't recommend. And the same for Cloyster. On 10 for Cloyster, for the same reason. Ghastly is unfortunately a ghost, so Scratch as a normal move would just pass right through. So, unfortunately, 1 on 10 for Screeches for Ghastly. Haunter. Gengar can appear a bit more corporeal, but at the same time it is still ghost, so would your hand pass right through it when you try to screech, or would it choose to become corporeal so that you can give it screeches? Because if it can become corporeal, I would definitely screech because it looks fluffy. Yes, I'm a simple man. I see fluff, I wanna scratch. So, 10 out of 10 or 1 on 10, you choose, you choose. I'm too sick for this shit, yet again. Onyx, unfortunately, 1 on 10 for rock properties. Why can't I say anything? Right, because I don't feel the best, and this is the only reason why I'm doing it, because in any other state I wouldn't even want to go into this shit. Like, rating scritchability of every Pokemon, and I'm only on number 95. Oh boy, we're here for hours. I hope I wouldn't have 2 hours of footage to download, because I'm not going to edit anything, because I can't bear the thought of listening to my own voice. So, if you're listening to it, know that it is raw, unedited footage with all of my expressive nouns and not knowing how to speak. Yay! Drowsy. Of course, would screech. Just look at it. It's a happy Baku. I love Baku. Baku is such a great creature from mythology. It's just adorable. So yeah, would definitely screech it all over. Also, if it's tapir, it is definitely screechable and fluffy. Well, not really fluffy, short head, but it is a mammal. Mammal equals screechable. Well, mammal covered in hair as opposed to like spikes or quills or hot armor like Sandy Slash. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I already forget the names of Pokemons. I've come through. Oh my. Hypno is also a bugger, and probably with some Tengu inspiration, judging by the names. But still, of course I can go down and remind myself if it does have Tengu inspirations. But right now I'm not into that shit. I'm here to rate the scritchability. This boy's scritchability is a 10. 10 out of 10. Would let it lure me into its den and make me sleep and see nightmares for it to feed off them for ages. Yes. Grabby. Not scritchable for the shallow reasons. 1 on 10. The same goes for Kingler. 1 on 10. Though probably wouldn't mind giving it and the Grabby some little headpats. I think they deserve it. A little bit of headpats to good Grabby boys. Definitely. Whole top is just a metal orb. You wouldn't really be able to scratch it, so 1 on 10. And the same goes for Electrode. So 1 on 10. Execute. I think you can really damage them by scratching him, because they are seeds. You shouldn't really scratch them, I think. So 1 on 10. Executor. I kinda want to scratch it. Just under them dopey jeans. 10 on 10. Cubone needs a scratch and a hug. 10 on 10 for boss. Marowak loses the chin scratch ability, but still is scratchable all around else. So still 10 on 10, and probably needs a hug even more. Hitmonlee is just a dude. Probably I don't even know where you would scratch it, so 2 on 10. It is not impossible to scratch it, it's just I don't know where to even scratch it, and I don't really want to. Hitmonchan is kinda the same thing. I just don't think I want to scratch mons that looks just like dudes. 2 on 10. Licky tongue. I don't really like its tongue. If I were near it in real life, I would be really uncomfortable because poking out tongues, especially close up, make me really uncomfortable, so 1 on 10 wouldn't probably realistically be near it at all, let alone scratching it. Coughing is just a bowl of rock or maybe hidden toxins. You don't really want to scratch it, especially since it has this skull and bones motif on it. So no. I do want to kinda slap its belly and see if it produces more gas, but at the same time I'm kinda afraid that it would produce so much gas that I would fucking die. So yeah, this is my thought process on coughing scratches. 1 on 10. The same is for within, because it is still bulges of rock or hardened toxins. So nope, not scratchable. Rhyhorn. It is spiky and covered in armored plates. Do you think it would even have any soft spots where it would feel being scratched? And also ground rock type, so it could be just rock hard or it could be actual rock. So you don't wanna really file your nails on it. 1 on 10. The same goes for Raiden, I think. It's armored, and you don't know if the armor is rocky or rock-like. And if there are even spots where it would feel the scratches. And then the nice transition is to Chansey, which is most definitely scratchable. Just look at its round shape. So egg. So pretty. Yes. 100%. 10 on 10. Scritchability. Dandela. It is grass type, but for some reason I just want to squish it to myself in a hug and give it some scratches. So even though it is not advisable to scratch your plants, I kinda want to scratch it. So I wouldn't recommend it, but 10 on 10 I would. I would want to. And then definitely run back to Chansey or Nurse, because it would probably hurt it. Or just in case, to see if it hurt it. Kangaskhan. I think I would ask if there are any spots where I could scratch, because just it looks friendly and it has baby. I would definitely try to scratch both it and the baby. 8 on 10. I don't know where the scratchability lies, but I do want to scratch it immensely. Horsey? No, you don't want to scratch a fish. And sea horse is a fish, and even sea dragons are a type of horse fish, sea horses, so they are fish. I really needed a sip. Oof. So yeah, 1 on 10 wouldn't probably recommend. Cedra. Well, I wouldn't also recommend, because it is now armored, so it probably wouldn't even feel the scratches. So yeah, 1 on 10. Goldin, 1 on 10. You don't scratch fish. The same for Seeking. 1 on 10. Staryu. Star shape. Or starfish. But they are actually kind of armored aliens. And the armor is what is getting in the way of scratches. So 1 on 10 for this. And for Stammy, 2. Mr. Mime is yet again a dude. I don't wanna give even alpha scratches to dudes. So 1 on 10. No. Scyther. It's a good friend. It's a friend. Although you probably need to mind the sharp bits and pointy bits. And its bug. 4 on 10 for the complications. Jinx. Now it's not a dude but a lady, so still 1 on 10. Hectobus. It is fluffy, so 10 on 10 because I don't have the self-preservation instinct. Magma doesn't really give me the same kind of urge to give screeches, so probably 2 on 10. I just don't want to. Pinsir is an armored bug, so 1 on 10. Taurus! Finally! A fully mammal and scritchable one. 10 on 10. I love it. With screeches. Given it likes me and lets me. Magikarp, don't scratch your fish. 1 on 10. Gyarados. Honestly, it is kinda now dragony, but it is still just water flying. But it is a dragon because it is based on the old tale of Cap jumping over the dragon gate and becoming a dragon. So it is actually a dragon, long boy. Now, the complication is whether it is so armored that it wouldn't feel the screeches, but it doesn't really stop me. I do want to screech it. 10 out of 10. I love this boy. Lapras. I love this face. Would definitely screech. 10 on 10. Ditto. Maybe I will ask it to transform into something and then give screeches. Then 10 on 10. But in its amorphous form, it is 2 on 10 because I don't even know where to screech. Would it feel the screech? Would it like the screech? Oh, it's too complicated. Not for today. Eevee, the baby. Absolute baby. I love my stupid catchfox. You can't really imagine how much I love the stupid catchfox. It's so precious. 1000 out of 10. Oh, 10 out of 10, of course. The same for Vaporeon, because it is still Eevee. Just watery baby. And Jolteon, 10 out of 10. Such a gentle smile. I love it. Flareon, also extra fluffy. 10 out of 10. Porygon, it probably consists of materialized pixels, even though I don't really imagine how it happens, but you probably can't really scratch it, so 1 on 10 for this reason. Omanyte and Omastar are 1 on 10 for the same reason many other mollusks. 1 on 10 because the shell is unscratchable and you will damage the body with scratches, so 1 on 10 for both Omanyte and Omastar. Sorry about this. Kabuto, shellfish Pokemon. Shellfish, I think, also follow the same scheme, so sorry buddy. 1 on 10. I will definitely hold you. I will definitely cherish you. But not scratches. It could damage you under your shell. Kabutovs, well, you don't really even see where you could scratch it, and it's a bug. And we don't scratch bugs, because it is dangerous for them, even if you manage to find their unarmored beats. 1 on 10, yes. Aerodactyl. This boy I would definitely scratch. 10 on 10. But probably not at Mega Evolution because it's in enough pain already. Please stop his suffering. Oh man, Snorlax. It is great. But look at this size. Oh, the scratchable area. 10 on 10. Beautiful. Would recommend. Articuno is a cool verb, and I would most definitely scratch it, and I don't fear the frostbite, because if it likes me, it probably won't give me a frostbite from just scratching it. Maybe it even likes it. So yeah, 10 on 10 with scratch. Zapdos. I mean, it is verb. It looks spiky, but it is probably just because the feathers are so electrified. So it is probably really fluffy inside, but really staticky. But I'm not afraid of static, so 10 on 10. Well, Moltres, on the other hand, is on fucking fire. Wouldn't stop me from scratching the chin, the neck, the belly, and the chest. So, still 10 on 10. Yes, as I said, I want to scratch all the birds. Dratini is a baby dragon. I love this line so much. 10 on 10. Dragonair, 10 on 10. Just look at this precious baby. I want to cuddle it so much. Probably Dragonair is my favorite stage here, and coincidentally, maybe it is then my favorite middle evolution. We'll see. We'll see. But I know that Dragonite is friend-shaped. I want to hug it. I want to scratch it all over. I want to ask it for a ride and be its friend. 10 on 10. Mewtwo. It is a mon where you really need the permission. The permission. And then I don't really know what it would feel like for Mewtwo, because does it have normal nerves? Because it is kinda an experiment, but I do want to give it hugs. I would be like 5 on 10 on scratches, but 10 on 10 on hugs. You. Look at this perfect baby. Just look at this perfect baby. I love it. I would scratch it so much. I would hold it in my hands like a baby and listen to its adorable mew. It's just a baby. I love it. 10 on 10. Tikarita. It is a plant, but it's also an animal, so I probably would want to scratch it. 10 on 10. It is even more animal than plant in its middle evolution, so 10 on 10 for Bayleaf. And Meganium makes me really want to hug its long stupid neck. Stupid is an affectionate term here. and just maybe give it a smooch on the nose. And of course, scratches 10 on 10. See the queen. Look at this little snoop baby. Absolutely scratchable. 10 on 10. Quilaba is going through a bit of a phase, but I would definitely scratch it 10 on 10. DZFhzfgjzfgjk though is where you kinda want to ask for permission. So ask for permission and then scratch 10 on 10. Ta-da-da! Look at this baby. Of course it has tooths, but at the same time it's a baby. I want to scratch it so much. 10 on 10. Well, with Crocodile, you really would need to warn it that you want to scratch it and ask for its permission really well. And then 10 on 10, of course. What do you expect from me? It's cute lizard. Alligator. Well, it's a bit too armored probably. Although, who knows? If it's not too armored, I would ask its permission and then go to the town with two-headed scratches 10 on 10. Sandrat. It is actually just an orb of fluff with fluffy tail and cute ears and paws. 10 on 10, of course. Parrot. Are there any questions? Why it is 10 on 10? No? Well, let's move on. Hoot, 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 hoot. It is owl. It is owl. It is round. I want to cuddle it. I want to cherish it. I want to scratch it. 10 on 10. Noctowl. Also 10 on 10. It is an owl. It is a bird. Of course I want to scratch it. Ladybug. Probably... No. You don't want to really scratch bugs. So 1 on 10 for Ladybug. And for Lydian. Even if Lydian is more of an alien or Sentai character than bug, still it's not really looking like something I would know how to scratch and where to scratch. Spinarak is straight up a spooder. And if I know something about spooders, is that some of them are scratchable. So if it lets me, and if it is comfortable with me scratching this butt, I will scratch the butt. 10 on 10. The same goes for Ariados. Just look at it. It's a spooder. It is a cute spooder. I love. 10 on 10. Let's scratch the butt. Crobat. Unlike the previous babies, it is not all mouth. It sees what's in front of it. So 10 on 10 for scratches. It is a bat. It is fluffy. 10 on 10. Chincho is a fish. It is a small fish. You don't wanna hurt the fish. 1 on 10. And for Lantern too. Sorry Lantern, but you're a fish. I don't want to hurt you, Lantern. 1 on 10. Pichu. You would think I would give it 10 on 10, but no. Actually, as Pichus are babies, and they don't have full control over their electricity, I would probably hold it only in rubber gloves, and rubber gloves unfortunately diminish the scratching ability, but 8 on 10. Would screech as much as rubber glass allow me? Clever. Look at this. Of course it is 10 on 10. What do you think? Of course it is 10 on 10. And the same for Inglebuff. It is a small fluff ball. Yes, absolutely, yes. 10 on 10. Togepi. Well, it is kinda burp, kinda not burp. It is a Togepi, whatever it is. So, I would say scritchable. 10 on 10. Even though shell might get in the way. But other parts that are not shelled are scritchable. Togetic is scritchable. 10 on 10. Nato is a burp. It is a burp. You know what it means. 10 on 10. Xatu. Xatu? Yes, I have a tendency to read the initial X as X, and I can't really do anything about it, so let's go for the Japanese name, Natio. I would not want to offer screeches to really smart creatures, such as Natio. So, 1 on 10. But I would definitely ask it for a hug. Or actually offer it a hug. Because with everything it says, it needs one. And a big one. Mary be the ship, Mary be the ship. It is so far here, I love it so much. 10 on 10. Fluffy. I love Fluffy. I just love my sheepies. 10 on 10. Ampharos is not fluffy in this regular form. It does get some fluff in the mega form, but still, it is an electric sheepy. I love it. I would give it screeches any day. So, 10 on 10. Blossom. Well, it is a creature, but it is a grass creature, so don't really know. So, Blossom is it's kinda hard. I'll let it be 5 on 10, because I would kinda try to give it scripture between the flowers. Do you think it is possible? Also, I think I gave Bible a similar rating, so I guess 5 on 10 is it. Then we have an obvious 10 on 10. Just an absolutely perfect baby. An Aqua Mouse Pokemon. Azumarill. 10 on 10. And Azumarill is also 10 on 10. Aqua Rabbit. It is scratchable as fuck. Sudowoodo. You don't really want to scratch it because it is rock type. And it is hard. It is hardwood, if you know what I mean. So yeah, not scratchable. 1 on 10. Politoad is a frog. You know my standing on amphibians and screeching. You can damage them. Poor babies. I don't want to damage the babies. So, 1 on 10. Hobby. It is a cat plant. Absolutely delicious. I love it. Even if it is more planty than catty, I do want to screech it. 10 on 10. Skip Bloom. She's so funny. Such a good baby. I want to scratch it as well. 10 on 10. Jump Laugh. Not my personal favorite, so I would say like 6 on 10. Just for personal reasons. Bomb. I don't know. Do I want to scratch it? Probably I would give it like 1 or 2 headpats, and then that. Just for personal reasons. 3 on 10. Sunkern. It's just a seed. Do you want to scratch a seed? How often do you want to scratch a seed? I know there is a seed that you want to slap because it looks like butt. Some kind of coconut palm. Double coconut palm. The seed that looks like buttocks. This one, you want to slap it. This one, you just want it to thrive. That's all you want from it. So, 1 on 10, inadvisable to scratch. Sunflora, it just looks so happy. I don't know, maybe my claws would just damage it, but I can't want to scratch it. 8 on 10. Yanma is a bug. Yes, it is specifically a dragonfly, but it is a bug. You don't scratch the bug. Well, I don't scratch the bugs at least. So, 1 on 10. The same for Wooper, because it is also an amphibian. And it is not just an amphibian, it is a tadpole. So you don't want to damage this baby. Be careful with the baby. So yeah, 1 on 10, wouldn't recommend for safety reasons. Quagsire, well, actually the same, because it also does look like an amphibian. So please don't risk it. Baby. Yes, I don't wanna damage them, so no scratches them with my ugly dirty claws. Well, not that dirty, but they're both sharp and not really. I mean, they can break off and leave some shards because my nails are prone to this. Or they can just scratch off a layer of skin or the protective membrane that is on top of amphibian's skin. So I don't want this for these babies. I don't want this for amphibians. So amphibians are out of the screeching pool. 1 on 10. But next we have a Espeon. And you know what I think about the Eevees. Absolute baby would screech. Such a good baby. Just look at it. 10 on 10. And then we have the hot topic Eevee. Oh, Umbreon. Absolutely screechable. 10 on 10. Murkrow. Of course, it's a bird must screech. 10 on 10. It might bug me, but it's okay. It's fair game. I think Slowking is too smart to even try offering him screeches, but I would definitely bring some tea and just have a good old talk. This dude probably knows some stuff I don't know. So yeah. 2 on 10 for scratching because it is too sentient for scratching for me. Mischievous. Well... Oh, Muma. Nightmare. I would definitely just hold it. Not scratch it. It is still ghost, and ghost types were probably unscratchable. And it has not a scratchable face, so 2 on 10. Unknown. Well, do you often want to scratch the entirety of the alphabet? I don't really know the answer to this. So let's say 1 on 10. Are they even full material? Let's be honest. We don't know. We don't know anything about them. Anything concrete about them? Unknown, just like the name suggests. Wombat. Well, given that the actual body is a tail and it is quite shy, I probably wouldn't scratch it. And I probably wouldn't be able to resist the urge to slap his belly. So yeah, slappable but not scratchable. 1 on 10. Giraffe is friendship. I do want to scratch a giraffe. 10 on 10. Bingo. No. Just no. Why would I? 1 on 10. Or dress. No. You can't really scratch something that is both black and made of steel. So 1 on 10. Impossible. Transpass on the other hand. I think it is scratchable, but it just looks like it is asleep all the time, so I probably wouldn't want to disturb it. So yeah, I would want to scratch it, but I would hold myself back because it looks like it's asleep at all times. So 5 on 10, believe baby. Lega, it's a pet. I love pets, and I would definitely scratch it. 10 on 10. Steelix is made of steel, so even if I were very tempted, I wouldn't be able to. It would just grumble my fucking nails because Steelix is definitely more sturdy than my nails. 1 on 10, fortunately. Snowball, I don't like it. I just don't have any good feelings towards bulldogs. I mean, I could look at them on a picture, but I don't know how it would feel around them. Because dog and bulldog, they kinda just... the thing about bulldogs specifically in dogs is that all the drooliest dogs are the most uncomfortable for me. So yeah, not tempted. 1 on 10, just for this reason. And Grumble, it's also a bulldog, and a dog in general. So 1 on 10, stray dog lovers. I'm scared of them most of the time because I don't know what's in their heads. Quillfish, no. First, quills, 2, fish, 1 on 10. Caesar! I am tempted to just give it a hug. I don't remember what I gave Cypher as the scritchability rating, but I kinda just want to give it a hug. 10 on 10 huggability, but probably like 3 on 10 scritchability. Shackle, it is buggy, so probably it wouldn't feel so good if I scratched its soft body. So 1 on 10. I don't wanna risk. Well, for Heracross, it is 1 on 10 for the armor reasons, because it is bug, an armored bug. Sneasel, it is a baby. It is a dangerous baby, but still baby. I do want to screech it, even if it is a really dangerous baby. But yeah, still a baby. 10 on 10. Teddiursa, absolutely. It is a teddy bear of a Pokemon. It is literally Teddiursa. Teddy bear. So 10 on 10 would screech. Ursaring, it is intimidating, but it's still a bear. And it is probably also fluffy. It is not the rock type or steel type, it is just a normal bear. So it is fluffy. So as far as I'm concerned, it can be scratched. And if you are friends with it, it will even allow you to scratch. So 10 on 10. I really wanna scratch them bears. Slugma, to know what temperature it is. To know. Just like, give me a moment. It is magma. Do you want to touch magma? No. It is an instant burn. So you don't want to give scratches to Slugma. And I don't want to either. 1 on 10 for temperature reasons. Macagur, 1 on 10 for the same reason. It is really hot. And not in the way fanatists want you to believe Pokemon like Gardevoir is hot. It is literally hot. If I remember correctly, it is about surface of the sun hot. So I wouldn't want to even be near it. 1 on 10, absolutely, any day. Swinub! Such a good boy. Just a pile of fluff with a nose and closed eyes. It is probably napping, but when it isn't, I would definitely screech. 10 on 10, would recommend. Piloswine is even more fluff to screech. Slightly more. Well, it is just not much of fluff to screech, but I would definitely give it 200 screeches. 10 on 10. Corsola is a coral reef. Well, piece of a coral reef. It's a coral. You can't really scratch coral. It is comprised of polyps, but it is in real life, and even in real life the polyps are mollusks, and the coral itself is calcified, so it is not scritchable. And in Pokemon world, we can say that probably the whole entirety of Corsola is an equivalent of one polyp, but even then, the body is rocky. It is calcified, just like a coral would be. So, you can't really scratch the rock, can you? Well, of course, if you want to, you can, but would the baby even feel it? And would your nails even survive it? So, the love language with Corsola is hugs and words of affirmations. But words of affirmation, but definitely not screeches. 1 in 10. Primorate is a fish. And we don't screech fish. Next, 1 in 10. Octillery is an octopus. From what I know, you don't really even want to pet an octopus, let alone scratch it. Scratching can be painful for it because it has a lot of nervous endings in its feelers, in its tentacles. Oh, so yeah. Octillery is out of the scratching pool. 1 in 10. Delibird? It is a bird, and it is fluffy. So, definitely scratchable. 10 on 10. Mountain. Well, you can definitely pet yourself. So, you can go to your mountain and pet it. Give it pets. And probably some belly rubs, but not scratches. Not in the same way as with some other mons. So yeah, it is not scratchable. 1 in 10. Skarmory. Hey, click. Skarmory. It is a steel burb. Armor burb. You can scratch the steel, and will the baby even feel what you're trying to do? No, probably would. So, 1 in 10. Houndour. It's a dog. It's a hard question because what's that size? Well, it's not a big dog, but it might bite. But also probably not if you are its trainer. I don't know, I just don't know what I feel about all the dogs. Probably it is scratchable, just not for me. At least not in this particular moment. So let's say it is like 3 on 10 and move on to the next dog, even bigger one. It is a big dog. Oh, it's such a big dog. 1 on 10 probably for me. So yeah, nope. Kindra. Dragon. Big baby. Maybe you can scratch it without really giving it damage. Maybe you can't. Let's say it is 5 on 10 because I really want to hug it. Maybe scratch too. But I don't know if it would be comfortable with it. So 5 on 10 and let's move on to Funpy. Funpy. Look at this baby. It is absolutely perfect. I want to scratch it so much. 10 on 10. Dolphin, on the other hand, is kinda intimidating, and I think it is supposed to be intimidating, and probably it will be kinda rubbery, so I'm not sure. Oh, probably it would be a nice texture if it is like this band on the pants that are clickable, kinda the creepy part. If it is this texture, it would be really nice to scratch. Just for this reason, it might be an 8 or 10, but for the intimidation reasons, I'm taking away some points. Polygon 2 is just a smoother version of our pixelated friend, so I wouldn't say it is scratchable yet. 1 on 10. Next. Stantler is just an ugly deer. Sorry, all Stantler fans, but I just don't have a personal want to scratch this. I'm not really sure if it's comfortable with its own life, or maybe it was stung by a wild beetle repeatedly in multiple places, so I don't really even know if it is comfortable just being alive in general, which is, I'm in the mood. So, no scratches for you, Stantler. 1 on 10. Smeargle. It's just a baby. It's kinda a good boy. So, I would say it is scratchable. 10 on 10. Tyrock is just a little dude, so 2 on 10. Hitmontop is just a spinning dude, 2 on 10. Smoochum is a little baby, why would I scratch it? 2 on 10. Elekid makes me want to just plug it into a socket or kick it like at football, but I don't really want to scratch it, sorry. So like 3 on 10. Magby. Unlike its evolved form, I really want to scratch this baby. And I would give it a 10 on 10. Miltank, it is just a friend. I would definitely scratch Miltank, not Milk Tank, and yeah, 10 on 10. Lissy, absolutely angelic, probably absolutely fluffy. 10 on 10 would scratch and probably recommend others. Reiko. You know, there are some things you really wanna do, even if then your cinders will be cast around. And this for me is scratching the legendary beasts. Reiko, 10 on 10. Entei, 10 on 10. Suicune, 10 on 10. Loretta is so grumpy, I want to hold it like a baby and give it scratches. 10 on 10. Pupita is just a pupa, so there is probably some metamorphosis going on inside, even if there are some peepers looking at you. But yeah, it's not really the mon itself. The mon itself is inside, going through some shit, and you don't want to disturb it, and probably it wouldn't even feel if you were to scritch a pupa. So 1 on 10. Tyranitar. You know, there are even more inadvisable things than trying to scritch the legendary beasts. And scritching Tyranitar would be one of them. Not only would it just grind your nails into obscurity because it is really hard, but it would also probably chomp you in half. But honestly, I would be thankful for this. So, let's say 9 on 10, and let's move on. Lugia. I love this huggable baby. I would definitely scritch here, smooch here, and hug the entirety of this. So yes, of course, I would scritch Lugia. What are you talking about? Of course. 10 on 10. Uh-oh, it's a burb. So of course I wanna scritch it, even if it has a large beak, and even if it is some godly thing, but we've been through it with legendary birds before. So, scritchable, 10 on 10. Celebi. I don't know how grassy it is because it looks like a bulb of a plant, and I wouldn't want to scritch a bulb of a plant, so it is kinda questionable. And for this reason alone, sorry buddy, but 2 on 10. I kinda want, but I feel it is inadvisable. Trico. Perfectly friend-shaped. Just a little gecko. I do love geckos. I would definitely scritch 10 on 10. Grovyle. Also a lizard friend. Look at all the scritchables. Look at all the scritchables. 10 on 10. Septile. It's a friend. Also, just a friend. Just a bow. Scritchable. 10 on 10. Torch is such a baby. I want to hold it. I want to cuddle it. I want to screech it. What are you talking about? 10 on 10. Combusken is like a slightly grown teen chick that is like trying to peck everything, trying to maybe kick everything, but still really adorable, and I would probably scritch it. I would definitely scritch it actually. So yeah, just I want to scritch the Andy chicken. 10 on 10. Blaziken. It is a friend. 10 on 10. Absolutely. I know that you're cute, dear Mudkip, but I have standards, and my standards say no screeching amphibians it can really hurt them. So, sorry, 1 on 10. And for the same reason, Mushstone also gets 1 on 10, and the same goes for Swampert. Although Swampert is probably more screechable for the reasons of armor. So maybe we'll give Swampert like 4 on 10. So yeah. Putiana. It's kind of one of the doggy types, dog-like mons that I'm inclined to want to just screech, even if it is a bite Pokemon. It will probably bite me, and I probably deserved it. But 10 on 10. Martiana is just pretty. And I love it, and I want to feel its fur. Screeches. Yeah, also screeches. 10 on 10, even if it will probably bite my head off. Well, not quite head off, but probably hand off. I'm ready for this sacrifice. Things are good. Absolutely screechable. 10 on 10. Linoon? Yes. Screechy screech. Screechy screechy screech. 10 on 10. Rumble. I don't really think I could use screeches for the reasons of spikiness and just because it's a bug. And yeah, because it's a worm. So, sorry buddy. 1 on 10. Silcoon is a cocoon. So no. I'm not scratching the cocoon, especially so spiky. 1 on 10. Beautifly doesn't really have fluffy bits, noticeably fluffy bits, and it is a butterfly, which means it is really delicate, so I wouldn't really want to touch it with my grubby hands. 1 on 10. Gascon is yet another sharp cocoon, so 1 on 10. Dustox looks too shiny to be fluffy, looks kinda happy to cause pain, and it is a moth, so you don't want to touch it. So, no screeches for you. 1 on 10. Mortat. I kinda love this flat dude. Well, I know that it isn't actually flat, it's just this art, but I just like Mortat. It's pretty. Well, probably it is a questionable statement, but I kinda want to screech it, so 10 on 10. Lombre looks like a friend, and also I want to screech it. 10 on 10. Ludicolo is too much like a dude for me, so probably not screeches. 1 on 10 for screeches, but I would definitely ask him to show me some cool moves. C-Dot is an icon. When did you want to scratch an icon? That's right, never. So 1 on 10. Nuzleaf. This is Tango shaped, so, well, Tango mask. And it is a little Jude, so 1 on 10. No, I classify it as 2 on 10, but still, probably no. Definitely no, even. It's just a little dude. Shiftry is even more of a dude and even more of a tango. So, no. No screeches for you. 2 on 10. And yay! I'm back to my element, which is burps. It's just a tailor. It's a tiny swallow. Swallow. I love it. I would most definitely screech it. 10 on 10. Swallow. On the other hand, is also perfectly screechable. 10 on 10. Wingo? Of course. 10 on 10. Pelipper. There is more big than the verb, but still I do want to screech the Pelipper and ruffle its feathers. 10 on 10. Ralts is a little dude. So, like, not really screeches. 2 on 10. Girlia is more of a 10-year-old practicing ballet than a greeter. So, no, thanks. 2 on 10. God of War. So pretty, but it's still a creature that is too anthropomorphic for me to want to screech it. So 2 on 10. That's good. It is a bug, and not one of the fluffy ones, so I don't really possess a desire to screech it. 1 on 10. Masquerade is also a bug, but this time it is a very different kind of bug. It is kinda sorta like a fly, kinda sorta like a butterfly. Well, fly for the reason of having 6 wings. But I just don't feel like it is screechable. 1 on 10. Rumish is both a shdoom and an angry creature. So I kinda do want to screech it, even if it is more of a shdoom than a creature. So like 6 on 10. Probably it is not advisable, but I wonder. Breloom is most definitely looking like a creature. So 10 on 10. One screech. The screecher. Slack off. Just screech it, and it realizes it 3 days after. Not here. Screech, screech, and screech. 10 out of 10. Rigorous is probably too angry for me to want to comfortably screech it, but still like 8 on 10 because I wanna. Slacking, on the other hand, is just a fucking dead of the first 2 lying on the sofa watching some telly. So no, I don't wanna screech some elderly dudes. So like 1 on 10 for me. Sorry. Ninkada, it is a bug, so not really screechable for me. Though probably would pop it on its back with a finger. Not just one finger even. So yeah, it's poppable, but not screechable. Yeah, 1 on 10 for screechability. Ninjask, also 1 on 10 for screechability. Shedinja, even more so. It is even just an empty shell, literally. I would want to screech this creature, but also I'm afraid of the sound it might produce. Well, so I'm kinda hesitant. So like 5 on 10, because it is either makes not loud noise, and it would probably kill me on impact with my sound sensitivity. Oh, it doesn't, and I just Give a baby some screeches. Mildred. There we are in the territory of too loud, too little screechable places. So 1 on 10 for me. Explode, still in too loud, too little screechable places for me. So 1 on 10. Makuhita is a little dumpling dude. So 2 on 10. Hariyama is also a dude. Just a dude. Someone dude. So 2 on 10. Azuriel, of course, screeches, just like the evolutions. So, yeah, screeches for days. Oh well, as far as the baby allows. But yes, 10 out of 10. Nosepass is rock and magnets, so not really a screechable material. So 1 on 10. Skitty is a kitty, and look at this face. I want to screech it all around. 10 out of 10. Dilgatti, also such a gentle face, such a precious kitty. I want to screech it too. 10 out of 10. Sableye is a ghost, and it is like a shadow with some gemstones. So is it even screechable? I would say it is a 1 on 10. So not really something I would consider screechable. Mobile is, well, one side is too anthropomorphic, the other side is too mouse. So all around 2 out of 10. Aaaaand, Iron Armor Pokemon. Iron Armor doesn't really sound like something screechable, and the second typing is rock, which is also not screechable. So sorry baby, I would definitely hold you and just hug you, but wouldn't be able to screech you. So yeah, 1 on 10. The same is for Lyron, 1 on 10. And Aggron, 1 on 10. Meditite. What do I think of Meditite? Yeah, it does look too much like a dude, so 2 on 10. And the same for Medicham. They're just dudes and dudettes. 2 on 10. Electrike, on the other hand, is an electric puppy. Do I want to screech an electric puppy as soon as it doesn't bite? And it is kinda small. Kinda. So probably like 5 on 10. Electric. It looks behaved. It looks behaved. So probably 7 out of 10. Yeah, sounds reasonable. Also, and mine, I think it is reasonable to give them the rating together. I mean, what do you expect from Pikachu clones? Unlike Togedemaru, where it is just actually a ball of steel. It does look like it is a creature. How that can be screeched. So, screeches 10 on 10 for Plusle and for Minun. Volbeat and Enemies, on the other hand, not scritchable for the reason of bug. So 1 on 10 for Volbeat and Enemies. Roselia is a plant, and definitely a plant. You can't even deny that it is just a little plant. So I would say I wouldn't dare to scratch it for the very reason of being afraid to hurt it. I don't want to hurt this pretty creature. So 1 on 10. Gulpin and goes right away with this face. 1 on 10. Swallowed also has the same face, and it is a poison bag Pokemon, so I don't really want to be touching it. 1 on 10. Kadvana. It's a fish. It is a toothy fish. So I wouldn't recommend scratching fish. 1 on 10. And for Sharpedo too, especially since it has more mouth than fish. A Wilmer, well, it is a ball whale. The keyword here is whale, and you can definitely touch and scratch whales, well, if they allow you to. So I would probably want to even scratch Wilmer and Wellot. So I think it is 7 on 10 for me for both Wilmer and Wellot. And I would probably want to use Wellot as a floaty. Just for the fun of it. Normal. It is a camel. What is this? A ground camel. But at the same time, I just wanna scratch it. It is a baby camel. It has a cute face. For me, it is cute at least. So, although non-Pokemon is something that makes me question what I remember of it, so a really hot baby. But you know, I still want to scratch it. 10 on 10. Camerupt is probably a bit too angry for me to really want to scratch it, and it has fully formed volcanoes on its back. So probably it is like 6 on 10, and if I scratch it I will definitely want to ask for permission. Torkoal just looks like a danger of steaming yourself if you get too close. So probably an inadvisable creature to scratch. So 1 on 10 for me. Spoink. You know what? Given that it has to be bouncing all the time, you can do it like that. Just let it bounce and hold your hand in one place, and it will scratch itself on your hand while bouncing, and it will stay perfectly healthy because it is bouncing, and it will still receive scratches, so everyone is happy. So yeah, 10 on 10. I do want to scratch it, and it is probably obvious from me having developed a whole way to just give scratches to a creature that cannot stop bouncing. Grumpig, on the other hand, although it is just looking as an adventurous piggy, and I just love its face. Though I must admit that I cannot read faces, so To me, it just smiles and looks like it is ready for an adventure. And I want to book this loot. I want to give it screeches. I want to give it a hug and go with it to an adventure. So yeah, 10 on 10 for screeches. Spinda. I do want to give it screeches. It is a baby. An absolute baby. Yes, it is screechable. 10 on 10. Trapping cheese bug. And it is more mouth than body. So I wouldn't want to put my arm near it. So no. 1 on 10. Yes. Rebrava. No, it is still too buggy for me. So 1 on 10. Dragon though, it already looks like a dragon, so I do wanna screech. So 10 on 10. Cacnea. Ouch, no, ouch, 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 ouch. It is a cactus Pokemon. Have you ever tried Dragon Cacti? I have. It wasn't a good experience. So 1 on 10. Ouch. And the same for Cacturne. And it is deposed into exoterminals, so you definitely know that you don't wanna take it for a Pokemon that you can just come and scratch. 1 on 10. Swabbler! It is such a baby. Absolutely cute. Burp. I love burps. I want to screech every burp. So 10 on 10. Altaria, also really predictable, but 10 on 10. Mangoose. Cat ferret. It is Mangoose. And it is fluffy. So even though it has the expression of a teen said, it is not a phase, ma'am. Yet again, I do think it is perfectly screechable. Seviper, like Arbok previously, I don't really know if I want to be careless with it, but still, if you're its trainer, you can probably screech it, just like that, because I don't want to screech them snacks. So 10 on 10 for both Survivor and Zangoose. Lunatone is a piece of rock. Lunatone is a piece of rock. And no matter how psychic it is just a piece of rock. Does it even feel anything with its rocky surface? I don't think so. Will your nails survive if you try to scratch it? Also probably no. So 1 on 10 for Lunatone, and Solrock is a lot of the same. So Rocky Bubs, sorry, you're 1 on 10 on scritchability. Barbot is a fish. So no, you don't want to scratch the fish. Well, at least I don't want to yet again. 1 on 10. Whiscash. Also, don't want to hurt the baby. 1 on 10. Goldfish. It is shellfish. So, hard outside, soft and squishy inside. No screeches this. scratches inside can hurt it. 1 on 10. Crawdaunt, the same. 1 on 10. Ultoy is a clay top Pokemon. It's a clay top. It's all made of clay. So 1 on 10 for this reason. And clay doll, it's in the name. 1 on 10. Lilip, it is an ammonite, so it is inadvisable to be scratched. The same goes for this baby, Cradily. 1 on 10 for them both, because you don't want to try and hurt them. Underneath is old shrimp, so the old shrimpy rule of too hard on the outside to squishy on the inside applies. 1 on 10. Armaldo is all plated and it is bug, so also 1 on 10. Phoebus, it's a fish, so 1 on 10. Don't want to really hurt it, but at the same time it's kinda hard. No, still 1 on 10. I'm really cautious about hurting the fish. My logic, on the other hand, I don't know if I want to do something as mundane as scratching. I want to hug it and groom it, but not scratch for sure. So probably like 4 on 10 for wanting to scratch it. Ghost form, I don't think it is scratchable in any shape. I kinda imagined that it would just squish right through your fingers if you tried to hold it even. So no, 1 on 10. Kecleon. Usual lizard rules apply. I can scratch it and I will scratch it. 10 out of 10. Shabbat. It is a ghosty ghost, but it's also a sock puppet. Do ghosts even feel when they are scratched? What with this? I don't think they do, but I would probably want to hold it, yes. 1 on 10 for scritchability though. Banette also isn't the most scratchable Pokemon. So 1 on 10 for scratchability. But I kinda like Banette. Anyways, and just go is a ghosty ghost with a skull, so not really scratchable, I would say. 1 on 10. And Jasclops, I would also say isn't scratchable, because now it's also in some sort of an armor or some kind of covering, so yeah, not really scratchable. Droppers, on the other hand, scratchable. Absolutely. Hey, load baby, baby load. Hell yeah. Just look at it. It is very scratchable. I want a scratch up. 10 on 10. Chimichurl. It is a wind chime, but with many Pokemons, it is a question of whether it is a thing that is also a Pokemon, or is it a creature that evolved to look like a thing. So there is a dependency on this. because if it is a creature, then it is scritchable. But if it is an actual object, then it's made of something that isn't scritchable. So, because of it, I would probably give most of those object mons 5 and 10. And then, also, I absolutely love this fluff. I want to scratch it, I want to hug it, I want to tell it that everything is gonna be okay. Because it's just so precious. And look at this mega, just extra fluff. I love it, just love it. 10 and 10, absolutely 10 and 10. Why not? It's just like a buffet, so 1 and 10. If I remember correctly what I gave for buffet, because I don't have any memories and my brain is a mush, and all I have here is love for fluffy Pokemon. Aaaaand is an adorable creature, but I don't know if it is scritchable anywhere. I would definitely hug it and hold it in my lap and probably say something like it's gonna be alright and read it for bedtime stories, but I don't think it is scritchable. So also I just love that it is called Hikibarashi, because it's like Yuki, snow, and Warashi is like in the Shikibarashi, which is a house spirit. So I don't know much of Japanese other than knowing how to read some stuff, but I assume that it means that it is snow spirit, essentially. Yeah. Yes, it is probably like free on scritchability, but I do like it a lot. The lady, on the other hand, is an Engi onigiri. Well, it is called onigori. Like onigiri, a rice bowl, but with more gore in it, because it is not nice. And yeah, scritchability 1 on 10, because we're not going to 0 right now. At least I'm not going with this baby. Next, Sphere. Sphere is absolutely beautiful and spherical, and I love it so much. 10 out of 10. Scritchability. Celio, also absolutely beautiful and baby. 10 out of 10. Would recommend scritching. Wolverine, on the other hand, I would say it's probably like 7 on 10, because it doesn't have as much cuteness factor, but at the same time it gets extra fluff, and I love it. Clamperl. It is a clam and it's a pearl, and neither of those are scritchable. So 1 on 10. Huntail is first a fish, second an eel. So even if it is not electric eel, it is still chompers. So wouldn't recommend. 1 on 10. Gobies is fish, and it's a fish that can pierce you through with its sharp nose, so I wouldn't recommend even trying to screech it. 1 on 10. Pelican. It is Aaaaand rocky fish. So, first it's fish, second it's plated, so I would say 1 on 10, wouldn't recommend. Love this is a fish, 1 on 10. Bubble is so funny to me. I just wanna give it screeches so much. Just look at this little dude with tooth. And this little helmet. 10 on 10. I really wanna. Shotgun is more shells than the M1, so you can't really screech it. It probably knew the time coming for it to screech it, so it's hiding. So unfortunately, 1 on 10. Solomon though is a wagon, and I love the wagons. So 10 on 10 would definitely, most definitely screech. I love this pup. But is still. I yet again don't feel like scratching still. My fingernails are shit already. I don't want them to peel back on me again. It's not a pleasant experience. So 1 on 10. 1 on 10 for Metan and Metacross as well. And also for Regis, because yet again, hard surface, do they even feel when you screech them? Probably just words of affirmation would be best. 1 on 10 for the Regis. For Raging Rock, Raging Ice, and Raging Steel. Latte though. Is it a dragon body that looks like plain, or is it a steely body of a dragon? Because of this, for Latias and Latios, the rating is 5 on 10, because it is questionable. Kyogre, on the other hand, is a primal fucking fish, and I'm afraid of it. It's just a giant, and it will probably kill me. Which I mean, desirable, but not advisable to screech. 1 on 10. Same for Groudon. Is it a face of someone who wants to be screeched? Yeah, thought so. Rayquaza. I personally kinda want to screech. Oh, the Alton Dragon. It's just neat. I don't want to screech. 10 on 10. Jidachi. I kinda just want to hold it gently in my hands and probably hug. No screeching though, so like 3 on 10 for scritchability from me personally. Deoxys is an alien baba, which I'm not sure would even tolerate my fucking screeches. 1 on 10. Jadwig, look at this baby. It is happy to be here. 10 on 10 for screeches. Grottle, also happy baby. Also 10 on 10. Torterra though is already a more serious turtle. Or, well, tortoise. And, it is a question. Maybe it's at this point too heavily armored to have any effect from screeches, but probably it would appreciate the sentiment. So I would say like 7 on 10. Chimcha. What do I feel about these? I don't know. I'm probably not so much of a fan. Chimcha. I would probably just pop its head. Yeah, no screeches though. 2 on 10. Just because I don't really like it that much for screeches. Manfrono. It's shaped like a friend. Like a kind of friend who you would commit arson with. But yeah, still not really something I want to give screeches to. So 2 on 10, but huggability is high. Infernape. This guy is just good. Yeah, I would probably just commit arson together with him, but not give screeches yet again. 2 on 10. Beep lap, beep lap, beep lap, beep lap, beep lap, beep lap. Such a cute baby. Absolute 10 on 10. Prinplap probably lowers itself to like 8 on 10, but probably still very cute and suitable for screeches. But Empoleon, I don't know, it is too regal for me to give screeches to, so I would say like 2 on 10. Johnny is a little burp. Of course 10 on 10. The radio. It has funny feathers here. To be honest, it's probably like 8 on 10 because they don't feel like 10 on 10 for this darling Pokemon. Buster Raptor. I kinda love his hair. Just cool dude. I'll do that. Well, you can probably see that in the Japanese name you can interpret it as either being a hawk or having a mohawk. So yeah, I would say it is a solid 10 on 10 because I want to scratch all of this breast. Bidoof. Yes, so fluffy looking. 10 on 10. Bibarro, still very fluffy. Still 10 on 10. Cricketot. 1 on 10 for the reason of bug. 1 on 10 for the reason of bug for Cricketune as well. Shinx, though, that's an absolute little baby first cat. Take a look at this face. Third, fluffy. So yeah, 10 on 10. Luxio. Luxio. Oh, Luxio. Let's say also a very baby, but more determined. Still screechable. 10 on 10. And Luxray. Look at the amount of fluff. I absolutely want to screech. Absolutely want to screech. 10 on 10. But you is a bad Pokemon, so it is pure grass. Well, grass poison, but in contents of what it is a grass baby. So probably you shouldn't want to scratch it 1 on 10. The same for Roserade. Yeah, Roserade. Because yet again it is obviously blonde. 1 on 10. Granidos. Well, it is rocky, so probably it has too tough of skin to feel scratches. So I kinda do want to scratch the baby, so it's in 6 out of 10 territory, but probably wouldn't feel it anyways. Rampados. Headbutt Pokemon. This looks more armored, so probably he's already at 1 of 10. Shieldon does look like all the protection is in this shield in the front, so the rest of it is scritchable, so like 8 of 10. And for Bastiodon, it is much more protected. So I would say for this guy, it is at most 3 on 10. Oh yeah. Brummy. It is a backworm, so it is back. 1 on 10 for the reason of back. The same for Womadam. 1 on 10 for the reason of back. But not even such a cute back. Mothim. Okay, load. It is a moth, and you don't really want to touch a moth because of the wings, and the wings here are the most of the body, so I would say 1 on 10 for this reason. Combi. Better baby. Absolutely baby. I know it is inadvisable, but I just kinda want to hold it gently in my hands and give little scratches on the honeycomb. I think it is 4 on 10. Respigman? Nope. I wouldn't want to mess with a big queen. With the entire beehive and with the queen of the bees. So nope. 1 on 10. But it is a squirrel. Of course it is fluffy as any squirrel would be. So 10 on 10. Weasel. Weasel? Yeah. I would say it's a pretty baby, and I do want to scratch while it is baby. So 10 on 10 for Weasel, but for Floatzel, I don't know, I just kinda don't fully vibe with the expression. So I'd say it is for... no. So I would say that it is 6 on 10 for me. At most 8. At most 8, but not 10. Jadaby is pretty, but it is blonde. And I don't want to scratch blonde, so 1 on 10. The same for Cherry. It's not even a fruit like with Chedaby. It is blossom Pokemon, so it is even more gentle. I don't want to mess with it. Shellos is a Saislug. This lag is kind of sounding quite sensitive to touch. I wouldn't want to mess with it. 1 on 10. And the same for Gastrodon, especially since this coloration might mean that you have been warned about its poison. Well, at least in the real world. Though here it is floating around, so probably not like that. But still 1 on 10 for them both. Ambipom. Fuck no. I don't wanna mess with monkey Pokemon. This is what I'm understanding here. So 2 on 10. Gifloon. It is a balloon. I don't know. Also, it is a ghostly balloon, so I think it is not scritchable. 1 on 10 for Gifloon. Yeah. They are both ghostly balloons, and I think 1 on 10 is fair for them. Bunny is a pretty baby bunny. I would definitely scratch it. But I would feel kinda uncomfy scratching Lopunny because too anthropomorphic yet again. So 2 on 10 for Lopunny, 10 on 10 for Bunny. And I don't vibe with the idea of scratching ghosts yet again, so 1 on 10 for Miss Magius. Honchcrow. I know that it is a big boss. I know that it has a lot of henchmen, or well, henchburbs, but I do wanna scratch the hell out of this floof. Yes. Okay, let's continue. And the next one is a cat. Meow. I just love this baby. I mean, I love all the cats. Just such a good baby. Scritchability, 10 on 10. Peragly, I don't know what's ugly about this baby. It's just such a good baby. I would scratch it any day, 10 on 10. Tingling is the same dilemma as I have with a lot of object mons. Is it a creature that looks like an object, or is it an object possessed by a creature? So it's 5 on 10 as usual for this kind of category. Stunky is just an adorable skunk. 10 on 10. Let's screech. Skuntank looks ready to release the fuse, so I'd probably first befriend it and warn it really well. So like 7 on 10 for scritchability. Bronzor. It is yet again an object mon, and this one is made out of bronze. So I would say 1 on 10 scratching is impossible. And the same goes for Bronzor. 1 on 10. How do you scratch a bell? Bonsai is a baby bonsai tree, but not really, because it's a rock bee trying to mimic a bonsai tree. Still, as with most rock beans, it is 1 on 10 wouldn't recommend trying. Mime Jr. is just a child, so no. 2 on 10. Happy is baby, but not a humanoid baby, so I would probably give it like 8 on 10 for scritchability, because I'm personally just not a fan of how it looks. Dot is a verb. Verbs are always 10 on 10 in my book. Spiritum. It doesn't look like something you would want to even touch. Nope. Big nope. So 1 on 10. Gibble. Lanchak. It's precious, and I would definitely scritch it. 10 on 10. The same goes for Gabite. 10 on 10. If I find where to scritch it, I definitely will scritch it. Garchomp feels a bit more armored, but still, if I find where to scritch it, it is 10 on 10. Munchlax, it's just a smaller, cuter Snorlax, so 10 on 10. Riolu fits a category that is a bit too sentient for me to want to scritch, so 2 on 10. The same with Lucario, it is just sentient to want to scritch, but I would definitely just stand here and marvel at it, especially as the manga films. It's cool. Look at it. 2 on 10. Hippopotamus. It's a cute hippo, but what does its skin look like and feel like? Because depending on this, you would or wouldn't want to scratch it, so like 5 on 10. And the same for Hippowdon, especially since there we have some added armor. Scorpion is a poisonous bug, so I wouldn't really recommend trying to scratch it. 1 on 10. The same goes for Drapion. 1 on 10. Grogunk. It is based off frogs, toads, so wouldn't recommend scratching because of the fear I could damage its skin. 1 on 10. Toxicroak. Probably neither of us would like scratches on it too much, so 1 on 10 as well. Carnivine is a plant, and plants get 1 on 10 for me because I don't want to scratch it. The same goes for fish, so both Finion and Luminion also get 1 on 10 because I don't want to damage anything here. Mantike is a mantray, a small baby mantray, so I really don't want to damage it, so 1 on 10. Snowworm looks like it could be scratchable, but I don't really know, so 6 on 10. Abomasnow looks both like it's covered in ice and in fluff, so I would also say 6 on 10 because I do want to scratch, but I don't know how it feels. Meanwhile, just like Sneasel, Yeah, I know it is inadvisable, but I wanna scratch it. 10 on 10. Magnesium is all metal, so 1 on 10 for this reason. Licky Licky, just like Licky Town, gets a 1 on 10 for the very reason I don't want to be near it, and in real life I don't want to see it stick in town. That's all. 1 on 10. Riberia. I don't even know where you'd find a spot to scratch it, so probably just give it some hugs. 3 on 10. Growth. It's a grass type. It is just a lot of vines, and I don't have this much of a desire to scratch it, so 1 on 10. Electivire, I would say package 1 on 10. Magmota is even worse than Magma, so 1 on 10 for me. Togekiss is a good baby, 10 on 10. Yanmega is dragonfly, so I wouldn't really recommend trying to touch it, so 1 on 10. Leafeon is a baby and an evolution, so 10 on 10 of course. The same goes for Glaceon, 10 on 10. Gliscor, if I find where to scratch it, I will, so 6 on 10. I love bats. Mamoswine is 10 on 10. It is very French-shaped and big. A lot of scratching spots. Porygon that is just essentially a glitched programming code, so it is unscratchable 1 on 10. Donate is yet again one of those too sentient to want to scratch, so 2 on 10. Probus fits the category of being too metallic and looking like a dude at the same time, so 1 on 10. Dusk Noir is a ghost, and it just is way too sentient for scratches for me, 1 on 10. Proslas, yet again too sentient for scratches, and a ghost, 1 on 10. Rotom is a little bugger, but also it has a cute face, but also it's like a little computer virus or something like that personified, so I wouldn't really try to touch it or scratch it. 1 on 10. The League Guardians are first sentient, then second. I don't really vibe with them that much, so 2 on 10 for all of them. Lucy, Mesprit, and others. Dialga, it is a godly being of time, and I love it so much, and they actually have a little plasticky Dialga, so I know it is inadvisable, I know it is still, but I kinda want to scratch it. So 6 on 10, would lose my nails, but it would be worth it. And also absolutely scratchable, absolutely scratchable. sound looks even more like something you wouldn't be able to scratch much, even though it is not a steel type. But yeah, I would say it is 1 in 10. Hitran feels a bit too steely and hot at the same time to scratch, so 1 in 10, inadvisable. Regigigas is another Regi, so 1 in 10 for the reason of way too hot. Giratina, I could like it, but I wouldn't want to scratch it because it is ghostly and it would probably offend it, so 1 in 10. Cresselia, I mean, it is a cute baby. I would say 7 in 10. Fion and Manaphy both kinda don't look much to me. So I think 4 on 10 for them both, especially since they are so similar in appearance. And Darkrai is a friend, but not scratchable for the reason of being too sentient, so 2 on 10. Let's load. Shymine. I love its land form, 10 on 10, would scratch any day. Skyform is meh. Like, no, I wouldn't want to scratch the Skyform. So 1 on 10 for Skyform. Arceus, probably for the reason of I scratched God and lived, or I scratched God and died for that, but it was worth it. I would scratch it. 10 on 10. Victini. It is absolutely adorable, and I love it, and I would scratch it any day. 10 on 10. Snivy is adorable. Would definitely boop the snoot and give scratches. 10 on 10. I think also Rhine. Just precious baby. 10 on 10. Superior looks a bit too serious to enjoy scratches, but I bet that if you are close enough, it would definitely allow you to give it some scratches and probably even secretly enjoy them. 10 on 10. Tepik is very baby. 10 on 10. Ignite is not quite my cup of tea, so like 3 on 10. Same with Emboar, probably even lower for Emboar. 1 on 10, especially since there's now the open flame. Oshawott, yet again, is a baby. Very baby. 10 on 10. Dewott, also very baby. 10 on 10. Samurott looks way too serious to be honest, so I would say 2 on 10. Butrat, it's a small little mammal, so yeah, it is a baby. 10 on 10. What dog? I would say like 8 on 10. Lillipop. like 5 on 10. And here it is like a grown Yorkshire Terrier as opposed to a puppy. So maybe also 5 on 10. Stoutland, I don't know, just, yeah, you might have guessed that I've been to the fear of dogs and I'm not too comfortable scratching them. So yeah, 2 on 10. Purloin, on the other hand, maybe, would screech any day, 10 on 10. The same goes for Lizard, just kitty, 10 on 10. Passage, I don't know, man. Would I even like screeching monkeys? No, probably not. 2 on 10 for the entire line. Pansage, Simisage, and under the line I mean all the elemental monkeys, so Panthea, Simisea, Panpo, and Simipo. 2 on 10 for them all. Muna, on the other hand, is even babier Baku, so 10 on 10, absolutely. Mushana as well, 10 on 10. Pidaf, also 10 on 10. It's a small burp, and I love my burps. Tranquil, also 10 on 10. A good baby. Unpheasant, definitely 10 on 10 because burp, and I love them. Blitzel is a good baby. Screech any day and probably feed apples. The same goes for Zip Striker, even though it would probably hoof me. But, I mean, I probably deserved it. Rock and Roller is yet again a rock, so not screechable, 1 on 10. Bolto, the same, 1 on 10. And the same goes for Gigalith. It's all just rocky babies. But is an absolute delight, 10 on 10. Screech. I say impossible, but just look at this happy face, 10 on 10. Drillboo is just happy to be here, and I love it, 10 on 10. Excadrill is an angrier and now steely Pokemon, so I would say like 6 on 10. Audino, I kinda do want to screech it, but I'm worried that it might be too loud for this if I screech it. But still 10 on 10. Timberline are all just dudes, 2 on 10. Timber, Gurdurr, and Crocodile, all just dudes, 2 on 10 for them all. Timber is just another tadpole Pokemon, so screeching isn't advisable, 1 on 10. Bulbapedia and Sesame Toad, the same thing, 1 on 10. Screeching isn't advisable for the reason of amphibians. Raw and Sock are just dudes, 2 on 10. Both. Sewaddle is another baby which I would really want to just hold in my hands and cherish, but not screech. Absolute baby, but 1 and 10 for scritchability. The same for Spotloon. 1 and 10. And the Fanny. No, it feels hangable. Really hangable. Rainipede and Whirlipede and Squirrelipede are all just bugs, so even if you find a spot where it is screechable, it is probably inadvisable. Container just looks like a baby I would want to pop, but not the necessary screech. 3 out of 10. Whimsicott though, it's just looking so friendly and screechable. Although, if you tried to screech its head, you would probably get your fingers tangled in its luscious floof. So, like 8 and 10. Petilil is grass and a bulb, so probably for Petilil and Lilligant it is not advisable to screech them. So 1 and 10. Masculine is a fish, so 1 and 10 for fishiness. Sandile, 10 and 10. Look at this baby. Croc. It is precious, though probably it would consider itself too cool to be screeched in public. So probably 8 and 10. And the same for Crocodile. It probably values its status as intimidation Pokemon, so it wouldn't want to be seen as being screeched. So I would say still 8 and 10. Other marker is so spherical, but I don't know what I feel about it, especially since it is on fire or fiery. Galarian one is icy, so probably like 3 on 10. For Germaniton, I would also say it's like 1 on 10 because I'm a bit intimidated. Maractus is a cactus and I don't want to die to cactus again. 1 on 10. Dribble and Crossel are all shellfish, so not really screechable. 1 on 10. Scraggy is a lizard friend, so 10 on 10. Scrafty is probably a bit more of a delinquent lizard, so I would say like 7 on 10. Sedaleaf isn't even screechable. 5 on 10. Yamask is a ghost, so probably no. 1 on 10. Cavagrigus, also 1 on 10. Tortuga, it is a Twiddle. I like Twiddles. I would say like 7 on 10 because it doesn't really look trustworthy and there are not many spots for screeching. Caracosta is kind of intimidating, so I would say it is like 3 on 10. Aaaaand is absolutely baby, 10 on 10. Aaaaand is adorable and I love its colors so much and I want to hold and cherish one, 10 on 10. Rubbish, nope. I don't want to touch rubbish bags even in real life, so why would I? 1 on 10. The same for Gaboda. 1 on 10. Zorua is very, very baby. I love it. Screeches for days. 10 on 10. Zorua, on the other hand, it is feeling a bit too sentient for screeches, but probably it would like screeches. So like 5 on 10. It depends. Mintino? Yes, absolutely yes. 10 on 10. Tinchino? Also 10 on 10. So much love. Gothita line? Just girls. So nope. 2 on 10 for Gothita, Gotharita and Gothtal. Solosis is a cell. How do you screech a cell? Even if it is a magical psychic cell, so 1 on 10. Devotion, yet again, 1 on 10 for the same reason. Reuniclus is already a beam, but at the same time, would I damage its thin layer that is surrounding it if I try to scratch it? So I'm really worried. But it is already a creature, so like 3 on 10. Ducklet, it's a burb, it's a baby burb, 10 on 10. Swanna, I hope it would be less of a bastard than usual swans, because I do want to screech it so much, 10 on 10. Vanilla Night is just snow and ice, so 1 on 10 for this line for Vanilla, Vanillish and Vanillux. Dealing, I think I would really want to screech Dealing, so 10 on 10. For Soulsbuck, it's at like 7 on 10 because if I don't feel intimidated, I will screech. And Olga is an absolute baby and a Pikachu clone, so what do you expect other than 10 on 10? Carablast is a bug, 1 on 10 for bugginess, because you don't want to damage the baby. Escavalier, also a bug, but now it is also Cavatin still, so even less inviting for screechers, 1 on 10. Fungus and Amoongus are fungi, so they are mushrooms, so 1 on 10, probably inadvisable to screech. Frillish and Jellicent are jellyfish, and you could really damage them by screeching, so 1 on 10. Alamomola is a fish, so 1 on 10. joltic. Yes, maybe. But it's probably gonna attach to yourself and be a little nuisance. So, like 6 on 10. Galvantula is a good spooter, and I would definitely want to scritch it. So 10 on 10. Parasite is still, so no, really, 1 on 10. The same for Fairthorn, 1 on 10. Clink is just a couple of keys, 1 on 10. The same for Clang, 1 on 10, and Click Clang, Clink Clang, Click Clang, Click Clang. Dynamo. It is fish, and it is electric fish, so energizable, 1 on 10. The same for electric and electros, 1 on 10 for this family. LGM and Bechyam just feel too sentient to even think of scritching, so 2 on 10 for both. Electric is a little candle ghost, so I'm not sure if it is really plausible to scritch it, 1 on 10. Lampant and Chandelure are just lumps, 1 on 10 for them. Axu is such a baby, I want to hold it and I want to scritch it, 10 on 10. Fracture, it is already starting to gain more armor, so probably just barely at this point, so like 5 on 10. Haxorus is an absolutely beautiful beast, but is it even scritchable at this point? It is so armored. Though probably I would hug it at all. Hug it a lot. So 1 on 10 for the scritches, 10 on 10 for hugs. Capture is adorable, 10 on 10 for scritching. Reactic is a bit intimidating, so like 3 on 10 for me. Cryogonal is just a bunch of ice crystals in the form of one big ice crystal. Probably possessed. It is not really what I would advise to scritch, 1 on 10. Shelmet is a snail, so I wouldn't recommend to scritch snails, 1 on 10 for Shelmet and for Axelgo. Stunfisk is fish, and it is an electric fish, so you don't really wanna to scritch, 1 on 10. Minfu is a baby, I would scritch for days, 10 on 10. Mienshao looks like a bit too sentient for me to scritch, so I would say like 2 on 10 as usual. Dratagon is a precious dragon, and I would definitely hug it, but I don't really think it is scritchable because it looks really armored and spiky. So I would say 3 on 10 because I wanna, but I'm not sure I can. Golem is a golem, so you don't really, you can't really scritch a golem. So 1 on 10 for Golett and Golok. Boneyard is all sharp points and still, so nope. 1 on 10. The same for Bishop. 1 on 10. Too pointy, too sharp, too still. Aaaaand is adorable for me. Just such a good baby. Would scritch for days. 10 on 10. Rufflet is an adorable baby burb. 10 on 10, of course. Breviary could be Wriggle all at once, but I would definitely want to scritch it. 10 on 10. Lullaby and Mandibas also get 10 on 10 for me, because just look at this adorable little face. Look at this sprout vulture. I love it. Hitmom looks like it would be too hot to touch, so I would say 1 on 10, not advisable. Durant is a bug and it's all covered in stew, so 1 on 10 as well. Dino is such a baby. 1 on 10. 10 on 10. What did I say? 10 on 10. Swallows? Perfect for screeches. 2 heads, 2 hands. 10 on 10. Hydreigon, you would think that 3 heads would complicate things, just like with Dodrio, but as these heads are now more of puppets, you can definitely still screech Hydreigon. 10 on 10. Larvesta is a fiery bug, so I am tempted because it is fluffy, but at the same time, would it be too hot to touch? I would try. 6 on 10. Volcarona is absolutely precious. I would definitely wanna try screeching it. 10 on 10. I'm not really a big fan of the Swords of Justice, and they are like most legendaries of this level, feeling a bit too sentient to me, so I would say 1 on 10 for the bunch, because they also look so steely. So yeah, 1 on 10 for the Swords of Justice. In terms of screeching, forces of nature, they're fucking gods. Why would I try to screech the gods of weather? So probably not with these guys. 2 on 10 for this family. Well, not a family, a trio. So 2 on 10 for them. Reshiram though. Ooh, just look at Reshiram. It has so much love. It is my favorite legendary in this region, and I would absolutely screech for days. 10 on 10. Zekrom looks a bit too armored for me, but I would definitely ask it if it is scritchable. So I would say like 7 on 10. Landorus, as I said, is from the weather trio, so 2 on 10, because I don't want to screech these cards. Curum is just a husk, so would it even feel screeches? 2 on 10. Keldeo, I don't like it, so 1 on 10. I don't wanna screech it, just don't wanna. Meloetta is just a lady, 2 on 10. Genesect is still back, so as usual 1 on 10. Jasmine, yes, baby, 10 on 10. Quilladin, now there are more difficulties with finding spots to screech, but still like 6 on 10. Just not, it could be screeched, I see, but I'm not a fan, so like 2 on 10. Fennekin, yes, absolute baby, 10 on 10. Breaks and int Delphos, on the other hand, are a bit too sentient for me to want to screech, so 2 on 10 for Breakson and Delphos both. Frockyline, sorry but you're amphibian and I don't wanna risk harming amphibians. 1 on 10 for Frocky, Frogadier and Greninja. Bumblebee is just a good cute bun, 10 on 10. Diggersby is too full of itself, and I'm not a fan, so like 4 on 10. Fledgling is a baby burp, 10 on 10. Legenda, 10 on 10, absolutely precious. 10 on Flame is such a good burp, and I wanna screech it. 10 on 10. Scatterback is a bug, I don't wanna harm it, so 1 on 10. Spupa is a pupa, 1 on 10, you don't wanna harm it. Vivillon, well, I also don't wanna harm it, and it has such big wings, and the butterfly wings are fragile, so 1 on 10 yet again. Litleo is a baby, 10 on 10, would definitely screech any day. Pyroar is a big kitty. It can think anything of itself, but it is a big kitty, 10 on 10. La Bebe is a little flower baby, but at the same time, maybe you could give it little screeches, so probably like 7 on 10. Floret, I would also say like 7 on 10. It is separate being from the flower, so I could imagine giving it screeches. Lotus, on the other hand, is at this point too engulfed in flowers, so I don't really know if it has become flowers. So let's say I would be really careful around it. 1 on 10 for screeching. Skittle is a good kid. 10 on 10 would screech. Go-Goat, likewise, is a friend. Screeches for days, 10 on 10. Pancham could act tough all day, but I would definitely screech this baby, 10 on 10. Pangoro, on the other hand, it is trying to be intimidating, but also it feels quite sentient, so I would say 3 on 10. Fro. I don't know, I don't vibe with it, and so like 1 on 10. Esper is a baby. Would screech any day, but try to avoid its ears unrolling. So like 9 on 10. Meow stick. Absolute babes. 10 on 10. Would screech. Hornet is a salt. How do you screech a salt? 1 on 10. The same goes for tablet and keysmash. 1 on 10 for the salt reasons. Spritzy! It is baby. Screech one, hot one, 10 on 10. Aromatizo just feels like a lady, so 2 on 10. Swirlix, it's a cotton candy Pokemon, so maybe it is fluffy, but as it is cotton candy, it could be sticky, and I don't want stickiness. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of stickiness, so 1 on 10 for both Swirlix and Slurpuff, because they do so toxic. Inkay and Malama are both cephalopods, and you don't really want to screech cephalopods because you could harm them. Binacle and Barbaracle are well, they are barnacle, so it is not advisable to screech them because it could harm them. And in Barbaracle especially, there are even spots you cannot screech, so 1 on 10 for them both. Scrub is yet again a seahorse, so it's fresh. It cannot be screeched in my book. 1 on 10. And the same for Dragalgi. You're just so pretty though. Gloncha and Glowitzer are yet again shellfish, and I can't really imagine screeching shellfish. Helioptile is absolute baby reptile, and I would screech it any day. 10 on 10. Heliolisk, the same. Also 10 on 10 for scritchability. Trifont is just so baby and funny, and I really wanna screech it. 10 on 10. Tarantrum is quite imposing and looks quite armored, but what would stop me from wanting to screech one? 8 on 10. Amora is so pretty and so baby. 10 on 10 would wanna screech. Aurora's the same, also 10 on 10. I really wanna screech it. And it is a Sylveon. Of course I wanna screech all here, it's 10 on 10. Holuta. I really love it, and I would definitely screech it. 10 on 10. Tedana, yet again, a cute rodent that is a Pikachu clone, so 10 on 10. Garbink is all made of rock, so I'm not sure it is scritchable. So, unfortunately, 1 on 10. Gumi, Sligoon, and Guja are all snaily and soft, and I'm afraid I could damage them, so 1 on 10 unfortunately, but they are really friend-shaped. Klefki is just a steely thinger that steals your keys. I'm not sure you can screech it. And yeah, just like with all of the other favorite types and other object norms, that well, all favorite types that take on an appearance of a thing and all the object norms. So, but also here it is really still, so probably it is not scritchable. So 1 on 10. Phantom and Trevenant are ghosts in trees. I don't really think you could screech them, so 1 on 10 for them as well. You probably cannot screech Pumpkaboo either, but I would kinda want to try. Your ghost. I wouldn't try because yeah, it is probably not screechable. 2 on 10. Bergmite and Overlook just look like they are made fully of ice. So unless their bellies are quite soft and screechable, they don't look like there is any scritchability. So unfortunately 1 on 10. Although with possibility of screechable bellies, it is up to like 5 on 10. Noibat is bat. I love bats. So 10 on 10. Noivern is both a bat and a wyvern, and I love both, and I could probably find a way to make it translate, to make it just translate the tunes in my player into something it could play with its ears, and it would be really cool. Though it is another one of my sick ramblings. Xerneas. Yeah, like I said, I cannot. It is my instinct to read X in the beginning. Asks, sorry. I'm terrible like that. But yeah, it is a pretty late up deal, and I'd probably wanna screech it. So 10 on 10. Eviltal is pretty. I love it. And what would I have straightness? I just wanna screech it. 10 on 10. Fuck it. I got 50% form is my favorite, honestly. Complete form is just like the dude from Power Rangers. 10% form is a dog, and by this point you probably noticed how I'm with dogs. 50% full is precious, and I would definitely wanna screech it and hug it, but because it is only one form of free available, I would say it is like free for the entirety of the month. The unseen, it is yet again rock, and it is the mutation of coming, so yeah, it is still less rocky, so I wouldn't want to screech it. 1 on 10. Hooper will probably curse me if I try to screech it, so probably like 1 on 10. I wouldn't dare. Volcanion is a bit too intimidating for me, and it looks like it is way too armored to even feel any screechiness. So 1 on 10 for it as well. And we are in the owl territory yet again. Just look at this baby. I love it so much. It's so precious and pure. Just baby owl. And with a little ball. It is perfect. 10 on 10 would screech any day. Jaldrix is also very friend shaped. 10 on 10. The CGI, I think it at this point falls into a category close to looking to sentient to screech, but fuck it, I wanna screech. 10 on 10. Little is a baby fire kitten. 10 on 10. Torracat, also 10 on 10. It is still kitty. Incineroar, I don't know about scratches, but I would probably ask it to pick me up. Just like that. So for scratches is probably 3 on 10. Popplio is a cute baby. It is not to my taste fully though, so 8 on 10, I would say. Brion, I would say it's the same for Brion, 8 on 10. Primarina though, I wouldn't want to try even suggesting it to Primarina. So like 1 on 10. Piggyback, piggyback, piggyback. It's a baby. It's a verb. 10 on 10. You know it at this point. Trombic. Such a good baby. Still 10 on 10. And then to Canon. I love it so much. 10 on 10, of course. And probably would be even more if there were more marks. Yeah, like 1000 on 10. Young Goose, I would say 8 on 10 because of the chompers. Just like that. Gumshoes, I'm not really vibing with the idea of scratching it. Not even just because of chompers, but its pose and demeanor are not scratchable for me, so 1 on 10. Grabbing is a bug, so 1 on 10. Jajabug is a bug that is also a battery, so like still 1 on 10. Recold is still an electric bug, and I would say it's still 1 on 10 because of bug reasons. Crabrola, yeah, Crabrola and Crabominable, 1 on 10 for shellfish reasons. Auricoria is really a pretty burb, and I love burbs, so 10 on 10. I would probably especially want to give screeches to pom-pom style Auricoria, but just aesthetically, my personal favorite is census style one. Cutifly is a bug, so is it scratchable? Just not sure about it, even though it is fairy, but it looks so fluffy, and I would definitely love to hold it. Still like, let's say 4 on 10. Ribombi, I would definitely want to give tiny scratches on its head. 10 on 10. Rockruff, I don't know. I'm not good with puppies. Probably 4 on 10. Rock. Just aesthetically, I love the midnight form, but I'm not really fond of an idea of scratching any of these forms, so 1 on 10. Wishy-washy is a fish, so 1 on 10 for fishy reasons. Marini and Toxapex would probably poison you if you touched them, and even if they didn't, you'd probably damage them if you dent them too hard. So 1 on 10 for this reason. Mudbray is a good donkey baby, so absolutely 10 on 10. Mudstail is a Holmes, and Holmeses are scritchable to the maximum. Well, not all of them are scritchable to the maximum, but this one is. It is just a hard-working baby. 10 on 10. And I probably would also feed it something like an apple or carrot. Dupaida and Araquanid are probably way too sensitive, and you wouldn't want to burst a bubble, literally. So no scratches for them, 1 on 10. For mantis is fun. This line is just grass that pretends to be mantids that pretend to be grass. It is fascinating, but I'm not sure you wouldn't damage them if you tried to scrape them. So 1 on 10 for the whole family. So both Fomantis and Laurentis. Moraloo and Geonotic are both fungi, and I'm not sure you should really try touching them, so 1 on 10 for this reason. Salandit is really a good baby, and I would absolutely want to try scratching it. 10 on 10. Salazzle, on the other hand, a bit too humanoid for me to want to scratch, so 2 on 10. for Stuffle and Beware. If you go off their Pokédex entries, you really shouldn't try hugging them, but there's nothing about scritches, so I really wanna scritch them, and if I die by that, then it is my way. 10 on 10 for both Stuffle and Beware. Bounsweet is fruit, so I'm not sure about scratching it. So what would be the overall rating for Bounsweet on scratchability? Quite predictable 1 on 10 for being inadvisable. Steenie is much more of a kind of fairy baby, even though it is pure grass type Pokemon. So I would really want to give her some nice little headbutts, but screeches. At this point, we are already in the territory where it is both fruit and too anthropomorphic for screeches, so 1 on 10 still, I would say. Now Serena is very regal, and I wouldn't want to disrespect her by even suggesting the screeches, so 2 on 10. Or maybe even, yes, 1 on 10. To keep with the thing, especially since she's still fruit. Oh, Comfy. To be honest, I think I would want to scratch this little critter here, because it is, after all, the actual body of the mom, but the rest is like a flower tail, so I would say 10 on 10. Aaaaand is, I think, a bit too sentient for me to want to scratch, and it is a banana SH Pokemon, so I would say 2 on 10. Bassinian, I don't know, I don't really vibe with it so much, so I would say like 3 on 10. Wimpod is a bug, and I'm not sure I want to scratch bugs. Not because I think bugs are not cute, because this little bugger really cute, but I don't want to scratch the squishy bits, and outside the squishy bits there's a skeleton which is quite hard, and with some of them you can really damage your nails when trying to scratch. So 1 on 10 for bug reasons. And the same for Support, which looks even more armored than Wimpod. Pendergast and Palisand are just sand. I don't really think you can scratch the sand, so 1 on 10 for those bodies. Pikumuku is such a cute baby. I saw pillars and flashes of it, and I would definitely want such a plushie or a pillow, but scratching the moon itself, as it is like sea cucumber. Yeah, sea cucumber. So yeah, you don't want to scratch the cucumbers because you can damage them, so 1 in 10. But yeah, really good pillow material. Tableau is a friend, and I most definitely want to scratch it and make it not so sad. 10 on 10. Sylvanas is, as they say, Sylvanas is the show. What am I trying to say? Sylvanas' presence is a testament to the power of friendship, so of course you want to scratch your weird animal friend. 10 on 10, absolutely. And I just had a stroke. Fascinating. Meteor. Well, its meteor form is just space rock. Its core form is really sensitive. So we're having the same issue as with bugs or shellfish, where you don't really have much scritchability in either way, so 1 on 10 for this reason. Koala, on the other hand, is a koala. It might not really feel or know that you are scratching it, but it's absolutely scratchable. And yeah, it's just a good baby. So 10 on 10. Tomato. I mean, it is a tomato, and I love me some tomatoes. But first, you gotta really ask the permission. Second, really gotta approach in the way where it sees you, because otherwise it is kinda dangerous. But yeah, I would want to scratch. It has a funny face. I wouldn't say it like that to its face, though. I would just say that I really love its face, because this is true. So 10 on 10 for me. Don't look at me. I'm not objective. To get the matter is a steel hedgehog, and to me it kinda looks a bit too steely to be able to scratch it, so I don't really know what would it be to the touch. So I would say 5 on 10. Who knows how it is in reality. Mimikyu. Well, this is just a puppet, and this the Mimikyu baby itself is inside, and you don't really want to reach inside, but it probably won't really feel if you scratch the puppet. So I would say I would wanna scratch it, but probably wouldn't be able to. So unfortunately, 1 on 10 for Mimikyu reasons. Roxy, she's a fish, and for fish I already have an answer for each of them, that screeching fish can damage a fish. So untouched fish is happy fish, or at least healthy fish. So 1 on 10. Grandpa is honestly as the fluffiest of the dragons. Well, at least having the most notable bits of fluff out of the dragons is perfect for scratching. 10 out of 10. I love the Grimps dragon. Tailmice is a combination of metal objects and the kelp from the design itself, but either of them are not scratchable, so I would give it 1 on 10. Jamon is an absolute baby. I would want to hold it, I would want to scratch it, I would want to cherish it. 10 on 10. Hakamo, on the other hand, might have a bit of temper charming when you offer to scratch it, but I guess the same as with many middle evolutions that look like detonator made angst. I would say just treating it nicely and asking nicely would probably give you the permission to ask it to scratch it. So 8 on 10. Combo is absolutely friend-shaped and perfect for hugs. I'm pretty sure it gives great hugs. And I do wanna hug it a lot. I do wanna pat its purpose texture. I wanna feel the texture on its scales and I wanna pop it. That's here. I managed to say it good. And I don't want to scratch it even though it's a powerful fighting dragon. I mean, I love dragons, so Kamal also gets a 10 on 10. Very solid, baby. Tapu Koko. I don't know how I feel about the idea of scratching tables. Probably I feel that it is not a good idea. So I would say 1 on 10 for all the tables, for the reason of them being like local deities. Man, I don't wanna fuck with local deities. That's all. So 1 on 10 for scritchability for all the tables. But Tapu Fini I think is my favorite, just design wise. I don't know why, just waiting. Cosmog is kinda, I wanna scratch it, but can I scratch it? Because, yay. It just looks like a cloud of cosmic gases that's condensed right here in your hands. So it's like 5 on 10 as for all the cases like that. Cosmon, on the other hand, is engulfed. Oh, no, not engulfed, encased in this metal looking thingo and a crystal looking thingo. So it's already looking unscratchable for this very reason, so I would say 1 on 10. Solgaleo is a lion, but a still lion. But even if it is still, maybe it's referring mostly to the still accents inherited from Cosmoem. So I would say it is scratchable, and I kinda want to scratch it. I would say 7 on 10 for me. Vanilla, on the other hand, is a precious pet, and even though I wanna scratch it, I'm not sure how and where, because it is ghostly, But still I wanna scratch it, so fuck it, 10 on 10. Let it be. Let me be. You Lego? What I wanna do is the Ultra Beasts. I don't think I ever thought about scritchability of the Ultra Beasts. It's a glass jellyfish that is mind controlling. I don't know, man. Probably don't really wanna, and if I go off of the material, glass isn't exactly scritchable, so 1 on 10 for Nihilego. But well, at least I can say that it is a very anthropomorphic Pokemon, so 2 on 10 for this reason. And the same for pheromones are really anthropomorphized design, so not really scritchable for this reason, so 2 on 10. Circuitry. Yeah, I saw this. I'm having technical difficulties reading names started with X. But let's go with circuitry, because it is close to circuitry. And it is a bunch of wires, which are probably live, because it is electric type, and it can zap you into the tomorrow. So I wouldn't say it's a good candidate for screechers. So, like 1 on 10. Not really screechable. Celesteela is just Princess Kaguya in Pokemon design. So 2 on 10 for anthropomorphic reasons, and no, maybe even bump down to 1 because of steel, because you can't scratch steel. Tartana. Little paper dude, which is also sharp as steel. I quite like this pepper, but not scratchable for me, I think. Oh, they missed a letter here. Kami Tsurugi. Kami being paper, Tsurugi sword. So it is literally a paper sword. So yeah, I don't know. Probably yet again like 2 on 10. Okay. Lord, finally we're back to creatures. I would say it is still not a creature I would want to screech though. So sorry Lord, but not screechable. 1 on 10. Necrozma is very much consisting of prisms, and Ultra Necrozma is the best version, closely followed by Dawn Rings, but still, yeah, I don't think it is scratchable because it is just prisms. So like 1 on 10 for inabilities of scratch. Magierna. I would say still not scratchable, or yet again not scratchable, because it is just still body, and I don't really want to scratch it because it is a humanoid wind-up doll. So 1 on 10. Next. My shadow is a ghost of a dude. So 2 on 10 for me. Playful. I love this little dude. But it's not scratchable. Still. So sorry, Barbie. 2 on 10. Naganado is surprisingly more scratchable than its pre-ever. Probably because it is dragon. Dragon makes everything better. So I would say because dragon, I finally get to to the question of where is it scratchable, and I'm betting on heads and neck, or maybe even the basis of them wings. So there are spaces to scratch. 10 on 10. It's a precious little baby. Maybe big baby. It is a big baby, but still a baby. Okay. Stakataka. It's just ouch. It's a building, so it's not scratchable. And it is rocks too. So not really scratchable material. Not really scratching material. Oof. So 1 on 10. Los alone. No, not really a scratchable bean either, because it is a clown body with a bursting head. So I wouldn't say it is scratchable. So yeah, 1 on 10. Yeah, 1 on 10. Ahora, such a baby. Absolutely wanna scratch. Just absolutely wanna scratch. 10 on 10. Meltan, on the other hand, and its evolution of metal is first bit of hard metal, second bit of liquid metal, and there is no space to scratch, so 1 on 10 for both of them for this reason alone. Grookey is a really good chap. Just look at how I just absolutely love how polite it looks. Absolutely beautiful baby. 10 on 10, what scratch? Thwacky. Well, having a typical teenage mate evolution angst stage, but hey, we've all been through this. With Pokemon, I mean. I'm still going through my angst phase. It's not a phase, Mom. But yeah, I would say like 8 on 10 Rillaboom, especially how it appears here inside and in the footage I've seen of them in the camp. They are just good gorillas, very much friends, very much shaped, and probably I wanna even pet. So yeah, a solid 10 on 10. Good bunny is a bunny, and I love bunny. So 10 on 10 with Scritch any day. Rabbit is probably running away from me because I kinda wanna screech it. 6 on 10 though, because it's just looking like a kid, but like, you know, the aesthetics of a show where everyone is a cartoony animal, but everyone is treated like they're just normal kids in a human world and having the same kind of problems and plots explored as real-world humans. Basically, what I'm saying, Rabut is a character in Ato. Cinderace is just a dude who is also a football mascot. Yeah, every time I see it, I'm filled with disbelief for some reason. But yeah, 2 on 10 for being way too anthropomorphic. Sabo is my baby, and it's probably the first time when I prefer the water starter, just design-wise in all its evolution stages, over every other starter type, because usually it is either fire or grass, but Sobble line, the first time I'm really fond of water types evolution line. Maybe I'm just a fucking ever it had. So Sobble is a baby, absolutely baby. I would scratch it any day and give it little pats on its little head. 10 on 10. Brazil is like the kind of morbidal evolution yet again, and I absolutely love it for this, but of course it limits the scritchability to like 6 on 10, but I still have him. And then Inteleon, absolutely not scritchable because it is just a dude, and not even the best done as a spy, because let's face it, Team Fortress 2 spy cannot be outdone. Yeah, he had solid design but not scritchable design. 2 on 10. Squirrel. It's a squirrel named Squirrel. What a cheeky little bastard. I absolutely love it. 10 on 10. And Credent is such cheerful. I love it so much. Absolute unit, absolutely spherical tail, and what not to love about it? 10 on 10. Bulbapedia is a baby. Baby burp. So 10 on 10. Curly Square is a really cute orb. Yes, it is still really cute and I will fight. And I absolutely want to scritch. 10 on 10. Corviknight, on the other hand, is already a steel burb, but still it has the visible soft looking parts, like here's this scrap of feathers on its chest, and I absolutely adore it. 10 on 10 as well. Blimbug 9 gives me really great what shall I say? Blimbug line does give me the great wish to scratch, or at least give props, especially to this little note here. But they're bugs, so I probably shouldn't. But I wanna. And we're scratching how much I wanna do something, not how advisable it is. So, like, 5 on 10 for the reason of me really wanting to scratch this guy, but it being really inadvisable. But the entirety of the line are very much bug. So, my usual don't scratch bugs that could be dangerous for them, especially when they are little Gakundoots can be really dangerous, but at the same time they can have really hard aftershock, which won't be susceptible to scratches, let's say so. With Dotla and Orbital, though, I already have my usual 1 on 10 for inadvisable to scratch bugs reasons. So here we go back to normal. Nikit is such a good foxy baby. I love it so much. Just one little foxes. Ksura. Little baby. I love it. What can I give it other than 10 on 10? Nothing else. Just 10 on 10. Evo is also a precious foxy, and I love it to bits. So 10 on 10 for it as well. Gossipler. Well, it mostly consists of flower, and its body is a flow stem, so I would say it is dependent on its grassy bits, and scratching can damage the grass, so I would say 1 on 10. And for Etigos, I would probably stick to the same 1 on 10 rating for the same very reason. Hulu, on the other hand, is perfect for scratches, and it probably really love. It will probably really love scratches. 10 on 10, I would recommend. Also peel your ships. Dumbo is still a chibi, just a little more horny. Yeah, Dark Side. It's a really good little design. Yeah, 10 on 10. Turtle is a snapping turtle, but baby. So I would say I really wanna scratch that little baby, but probably not put my fingers near its mouth. Still like 8 and 10. And right now, I would say I would have trouble finding where I can scratch it, but probably I can scratch it under its massive jaw. So I would say I do wanna scratch it at all, so let's keep it 8 and 10. Yamper is a puppy. What do I think about it? I don't know. I don't vibe with it. I don't vibe with them dogs that much. So, like 5 on 10. Bolton isn't even a big dog. So 3 on 10, let's roll with it. Like a Rolly Collie does, which can be screech because it's a lamp of coal. So 1 on 10. Dark Hole is a cut of coal, so still 1 on 10. And Colossal is a walking mound of coal that becomes a coal furnace, which is still not scratchable. 1 on 10. Ablin, at this stage, it's not really scratchable because it's still mostly apple. So it's a 2 on 10. Flapple, on the other hand, already loses some of its apple shell, or at least can flap it freely. So you can scratch it already, which is great. And 10 on 10, I got its baby. Appleton is precious and delicious. So, yeah, really good baby. 10 on 10 for screeches. Silicobra is a really good baby as well. So 10 on 10 for this little sad snack. Sandaconda, I would also say is 10 on 10, but also the wish to boop the snoot intensified. Crabrant. Why did I freeze? I love this baby and I love its little napkin design on its chest. So it's precious. And I can't give it anything but 10 on 10. Aracuda, it's a fish. So I would say 1 on 10 as for every fish, because it isn't advisable. And the same for Barracuda. Toxel is... no, I'm really against baby aesthetics, and in this case the turnout just makes me not think of blab cute, but more of fucking dirty baby disgusting is the unsanitary. So yeah, it's only the presentation. So 1 on 10. Dexterity, on the other hand, I really love them. Just good lizards. And they also musical instrument babas. So I think I would wipe them if I survived the pre-evo. So I'd say about 8 on 10 for them. These liquid and sandy squash are not for screeches because they have bugs and specifically centipedes, millipedes, and those are kinds that you really shouldn't touch much for your own safety reasons, and especially so with those because they are fiery now. And this baby especially looks like a bunch of electric hoops. Bulbapedia is an octopus. So, you know how I always say that it's probably inadvisable to scritch octopuses. I still really want to scritch this particular baby. 10 on 10. Groundlock though would probably draw me to the horizon at mention of screeches, and it would be right. So like 2 on 10. I think it would be correct. Sea Misty is a liquid ghost inside a teacup, so I don't really see where it would be screeched. The same goes for Poltergeist, which is the same liquid ghost, but now in a teapot. So, not really scritchable as well. 1 on 10. 10, well, it just doesn't look scritchable to me. 2 on 10. And becomes even less scritchable as it was because it now just looks like a child. So 2 on 10. And Hatrin is a lady. So absolutely 2 on 10 still. Impeding P is a funny fucker. So I don't know. Do I wanna scratch it? It feels like it would be too bold. But I don't know. Maybe I would scratch it. 3 on 10. Morgrem is what every other ever living Pokemon made evolution is striving to be. Don't come for me. You know I'm right. He's proud of being he's proud of his own nature, and he would probably fuck up your shit. So I would say 3 on 10, and I'd probably go in for Mr. with him. Bruce now, he's a dude at this point. So I would say 2 on 10 and don't talk with the fake. Obstagoon is a really cool baby. I do wanna screech it. 10 on 10. Berserker. Absolutely. 10 on 10. So is a combination of a ghost and a shell. That is a screechable. So 1 on 10. Savaged is a dignified verb. So probably if you ask nicely, he would put down his shield and sword and let you give him scratches. So yes, 10 and 10. Mr. Rhyme is a dude too. Moving on. Rodriguez is a ghost possessing a rune. So not really scratchable, 1 and 10. Illusory is, or maybe Milkery. Mahomed, so I like magic milk. I would say that it's Milky. It's just a liquid, so I don't want. How would you scratch it? 1 and 10. Alcremie is a cute little creature, but it's made of cream and I still am not very sure how to scratch it. So 1 and 10. Phalanx is great because you get 6 little dudes at the price of 1. Absolutely adorable. And you know what? I kinda wanna scratch this little spherical dude. So 8 and 10. Pincochan. Ouchie. I don't really think I should be trying to scratch it. 1 and 10 next. Snow. Absolutely iconic. I love it. And yeah, I would wanna scratch it. So 10 and 10. And the same for Frosmo. Just scratch its belly. 10 and 10. Stone donor is rocks. Just rocks. So I don't think it is really scratchable. 1 and 10. Ice Cube is precious. It's just a little penguin. And I love penguin. So this baby penguin gets a 10 on 10 for me. Indeed, they are quite cute, but at the same time, they make me feel like they are only a bit too anthropomorphic for me to want to really scratch them. It's kind of weird, but let's go with 2 and 10. Morpeko is a cute baby. I always scratch it and feed it stuff. So 10 on 10. Goofant is also a good baby. I know that it is steely, but I really wanna see if I could scratch it. So 10 on 10. With Copperodia, I'm much less sure that you can scratch it, and it is so blocky, as if it is absolutely metally. So I would say 1 on 10 for it. Dracozolt and Octozolt, they both get 10 on 10 for me because, like, it's mainly this Zolt Spot baby, and I do love it, it's so funky, but this one definitely has a cold, which I mean, relatable. Djokovic, I I'm not sure where would you scratch it, but probably also like 8 and 10. Octavish on at the same time is more fishy and dicey, so I'm not so sure about this one. So about 1 and 10. Uranodon is all still, but also a bit of dragon, but mostly still, so 1 on 10. Drippy, so drippy. I love this little baby. I would say 10 for me. Drakloak is also absolutely precious and it's carrying a little drippy on its head. Just how cute is this? I love this. 10 on 10. Dragapult is also carrying some drippies and it has such a cool little tail. Well, actually a cool big tail, but I absolutely loved. And still 10 on 10. This here and Samazenta, I don't know, they are doggos that are the box out legendaries. I don't know. Do I remember them? Do I remember saving dogs ever? I don't know. Maybe those dogs the most, even so. Oh, okay. That's the end. And that was it. Get another 5 on 10 for me, and let's move on. Eternatus is a creepy polygonal dragon, which I didn't really know where would you scratch, so 1 on 10 for this. Careful is a really good baby, and I would absolutely scratch 10 on 10. Urshifu absolutely has the gentle giant vibe, and I would absolutely scratch it. Still 10 on 10. The rude. I don't know if I like the rude ape. But yeah, I wouldn't scratch it. So 2 on 10 next. The Dialeki, Regidrago. Well, you know, the gist is Regis, and it's 1 on 10 for the material they are made of, which is unscratchable, or whatever. My nose is getting progressively stuffier. What a wonderful night. So, Regieleki and Regidrago get 1 on 10 for the reason of being unscratchable. Lustria and Spectria are good horses, and I would absolutely scratch both. 10 on 10. Calyrex, maybe a king all at once, but at the same time, it is Bonnie, and I wanna scratch Bonnie, so 10 on 10. Well, dear, yeah, this is really recent, but it is the form of Stapler I hate less, let's say this. Probably because it has more nuance to its others. But still, do I want to scratch it? No. 2 on 10. Ugly. Cleaver. Oh, it is an error of cipher. No, no trouble with this one. And also it is so rocky. So, anyways, it is 1 on 10. Ursaluna. What? Oh. Oh. Neat. So, all Ursaring can evolve into this baby. I mean, I couldn't really understand what it was at first, but now I can see it's just quadrupedal bear, and I quite like this. And I love the symbol on its head, and I absolutely want to scratch it. 10 on 10. Musculigian, I'm not. Well, it's still fish, and I'm not really into scratching fish. So let's say it's still 1 on 10 for the fishy reasons. And also it is skills type now, which even more complicates the problem. Snizzler. It's a good baby, and I wanna scratch it. 10 on 10. Overquill is an era of quillfish that has even more quill. So absolutely no. 1 on 10. Enormous. What? Oh, it's a legendary. What the fuck is this? Okay. Some fucking Super Sentai thing with a lovable snack. No, it doesn't make it better. Snack is good. I love the snack. But oh, it is an addition to the forces of nature and an inferior one in my opinion. So fuck this guy. 1 on 10. The snacks can stay. And yeah, we're finally done with this. Oh, I can't believe it. It took me quite some time. Remember to hydrate. Remember to have a good night's sleep. Because this is what I hope for myself right now. And I will probably post some other nonsense some other time, like playing the fan-made Pokemon game, because I'm still on the Pokemon kick, and I'm getting somewhere in it, which is weird because I thought I was stuck, but it turns out no, and I'm even pretty good at it, I guess. If you consider it pretty good being hitting stuff till it breaks, and having a wiki opened at all times to help with type combos and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm still unable to remember all of the Pokemon that are in the game and the types and what's best used against each type, but I think I might just showcase my struggles some of the time. Or maybe I will just record myself playing some other game like Oblivion, because it's been another thing I've been doing a lot of. Or maybe even one day I might post some progress from start to finish, showing how I go about it in Ableton. But I don't always know what to do when I'm recording myself, so this is also fun. Not really. So yeah, I'm stopping the recording here. This here full out.